Okay. Good morning, everyone, both the people in the room and those online. I'm Veronica Klipp. I'm the National Scholarly Book Publishers Forum representative to the committee.
Just need to see.
Thanks very much. That's better. I hope I look more imposing now than before. Okay. I was just briefly introducing myself. I'm from Wits University Press, and I'd just like to thank ASAF, especially Susan, Maputi, and Kian for organizing this conference. It's a wonderful opportunity, as Himla was saying. Just a few introductory comments from me about what we're trying to achieve today, I think. As Himla mentioned, the forum was established in 2011, and it set out in essence to enable the publication of books based on academic merit rather than commercial considerations, right? I mean, there were other issues as well, but I'm just picking out that is, I think, one of the key issues for us. And this all in order to support national policies for increased research productivity. So the forum aims to develop an improved mechanism for accreditation by the DHET. We'll hear more about that later. The development of a new generation of excellent publishing scholars, and the establishment of sustainable business models, amongst others in relation to open access publishing. The establishment of a forum builds on a rich tradition of scholarly publishing in South Africa that is more than 100 years old. So, for example, in 1916, the School of Mines and Technology in Johannesburg published Professor Leerveld's book, Economics in the Light of War, and in 2020, a book by Jan Hofmeyr, Studies in Ancient Imperialism. So there's an established and continuous practice of scholarly publishing that is remarkable and probably unique on the African continent. Today, the forum counts more than 10 members who are dedicated scholarly book publishers. There are, of course, other publishers working in this field, and most of them are involved in the program today. So the success of scholarly publishing in South Africa is closely linked to the historic success of its universities, and in more recent times, the state's rewarding of quality research outputs. So we acknowledge also the support of the DHET alongside other role players, for example, the National Institute for Humanities and Social Sciences, the Publishers Association of South Africa, and Universities South Africa, or USAF. I think by now the exponential growth in research output since 2004 is well documented, but perhaps less well known is the extent to which local scholarly publishers have provided publishing opportunities to both established and emerging academics. So the 2017 ASAF report on scientific journal and book publishing, for example, showed that of the top 20 accredited monograph publishers, 10 were South African, accounting for 48% of output. So I think that's quite a remarkable achievement. But while our mission is to publish local content, of course, we're addressing a global audience. And this has been so from the beginning through co-publication, finding distribution partners. Nowadays, of course, we set up to provide digital publication and dissemination much more effectively, employing different business models, whether for sale or open access. So how do we define the value in the current context of continual technological change and massive growth in research outputs? Do local publishers succeed in reaching a global audience through best practice dissemination models? What about diversity, given that local publishing supports many early career academics? What funding and legal frameworks are required to enable publishers to fulfill their mission and remain sustainable in a time of austerity? Should financial independence be a defining feature? But what about the symbolic capital generated by local publishers, both for themselves and their institutions? So these are some of the themes we're going to try and unpack in various panels today. And we hope the conference will highlight the contribution made by local publishers as these times of austerity once again demand inventiveness as we forge new sustainability models. So I'm now going to hand over to Professor Ahmed Bawa from University South Africa. He's the CEO there. Just quickly, Professor Bawa, he's a scientist, a theoretical physicist, but he knows a lot about scholarly book publishing, I think firstly through UKZN, where he was on the editorial, he chaired the editorial board as DVC of research at UKZN. And he's been engaging with us scholarly publishers in his role at USAF, bringing out, for example, in 2019, a report on South Africa's presses essential to the knowledge enterprise. So I'm very pleased that we have Professor Bawa to speak to us this morning. Please welcome him.
Thank you, Veronica, and good morning, everybody. It's such a pleasure to be here. I'd like to just thank ASAF for, first of all, for putting this together, but also for... Okay. Okay. Thanks. Thank you very much. Okay. So, first of all, I'd like to thank ASAF for pulling this together. I think it's an important engagement, and I have always kind of thought about the importance of ASAF really in the whole scholarly publishing terrain, and in some respects, I think that this kind of engagement provides us with an opportunity of addressing one of the things that I want to address today, which is the issue around taking a kind of a national approach to this issue, rather than thinking about each university having its press and so on. I know we've had this discussion before, and in some respects, post 2015, 2017, student uprisings, post-COVID, in some respects, my views are slightly more formulated now, not formulated, I say, more kind of firmed on these issues. But I also want to just emphasize that I'm certainly not an expert in this area. I come to it because of my role in USAF, and as Veronica kind of indicated, I had this wonderful pleasure of being on the UKZN, University of Natal, UKZN Press Advisory Board, and worked with Glenn Cowley, who was just such an incredible kind of figure in my view, at least. I just want to say that I've been chatting with Andrew and Vikas and Oscar and so on, and they know much more about this than I do. industry in South Africa is absolutely central to that. So how do we go about doing that? By the way, there are other models that we can think about. The Vice-Chancellors, by the way, have actually committed themselves to an aggregation of resources. In fact, we are putting together a proposal for them now to engage that issue. So that's again, an opportunity for us to kind of latch onto, if you like, at this point in time. I think, because of time, I think, for me, one of the biggest issues, of course, is this issue of policy consonance. This idea of saying, can we get ourselves and government into the room together to really kind of try and work out what kinds of policies are required and how to ensure that the policies are not pulling us in different directions, that we are bringing them all together, if you like, in this project. Okay, I'm going to stop there. I mean, I read through a whole range of stuff related to the international experiences. There are some very interesting models there. The book processing charges are, different models of that, and should we be moving in that direction or not? I mean, those are all really important questions, it seems to be. And I don't think it's necessary for me to summarize. I think I've done that already. Thank you so much. I'm so sorry I ran over time.
Thanks very much, Ahmed. I mean, some very interesting ideas coming through there, which we'll talk about later. I'm now going to invite the other panelists. We are running a bit late, but we started late, so Susan and Puti, I hope that's okay. And so now we'll have a panel with 4 speakers coming up. 2 of them are in the room, and we're going to start, as they are listed on the program, with Chief Mabizela, who works at the DHET. I've now put my notes somewhere. I was going to introduce everyone formally, but I think most of you will know him, and he is, amongst other things, responsible for accreditation in the department. He will be followed by Kian Tomaselli, who is now he's Professor Emeritus from UKZN, now linked to UJ, and of course he chairs the Scholarly Publishing Committee of ASAF, and he's a great supporter of the presses. And online we'll have Professor Sarah Nuttall, the Director of WISER at Wits University, a literary and cultural studies scholar. And then finally, last but definitely not least, Jeremy Whiteman, who's the director of the HSRC Press. So we will go through all the panel presentations, and then we'll have time for question and answers at the end. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Veronica, and thanks, colleagues. Suddenly, I'm very tall. Now, this is supposed to be a response and not necessarily a presentation, but, in anticipation of what Prof. Bauer was going to be saying, so I had to make some slides. So which then means, therefore, if I am not clear, you will ask Prof. Bauer. Now, I thought I was the second one.
Yeah, the second one is.
Oh, okay, wonderful. Thank you. When I was preparing this, I thought of the phrase "preaching to the converted," and I don't know how that came about. But if you think of it literally, churches would be empty if converted people wouldn't be going to church to be preached at. Because those who are not converted don't go to church. They don't want to go to church. But anyway, these are the issues that I think the industry or people involved in scholarly publishing would always be at the in their minds. So I'm basically repeating what you already understand. But if I run out of time, there's one thing really I would want to say, which is going to be coming up in the slides. But when I think of scholarly publishing, I think of a publisher being someone who's interested at the author, who's interested at the peer review process, because it's scholarly publishing anyway, who's interested in editing of that material, who's interested, of course, in publishing of it, and then who's interested in the dissemination of it, whether it's being sold or whatever, but that dissemination phase, and who's interested at the impact of it, and again back to the author, because the author would also be interested at the impact of the publication or the impact of the research that the author has put together in a report that got published. So which then means, therefore, the publisher should take care of each and every of these stages, because it's about quality and it's about maintaining of quality. So if then I run out of time, then at least I've said that. That's something that I thought maybe, again, preaching to the converted, it's something that the publishing industry would be knowing. So the value of scholarly publishing in general, not necessarily in South Africa only, facilitation of knowledge generation, because that is where the interest is in terms of scholarly publications. The enablement of dissemination of research findings, facilitation of validation of research results, because if we were not publishing, then we wouldn't be having the validation, because other authors are going to be responding to the research that got published. Facilitation of the use of knowledge for career advancement, especially among novice researchers. That's where we learn. That's where, because we're getting information that is published. Facilitation of the advancement of education and knowledge society in general, and specifically curricula. We will stagnate if we don't have publication of scholarly material. That's basically what this means, because otherwise we'll have no education, we'll have no advancement of curriculum, and so on. And the facilitation of participation in the process of knowledge production, either as researchers, authors, peer reviewers, editors, publishers, librarians, curators of knowledge, or a combination of these and more. And this is the center of scholarly publishing. If we were not to be having this, if we were not to be having scholarly publications, then I also want to refuse using these overused terms of, I could see that you struggled with that earlier on, where there's this term that's being overused, called value chain. But that is value chain anyway. If you were to remove scholarly publishing, then it interrupts the whole process, and then, of course, you end up not having what you are supposed to be having in terms of the education system. Briefly, just to flesh this one, really, this is the local versus foreign scholarly publishers in terms of publications that come out of that we are having in the system. I got this slide from Prof. Johan Moton. And you will see in terms of books and book chapters, blue, the deep blue being a foreign publication, foreign units. You don't even have to look at the percentages, really. You just look at the color. And South African publications in green. And you can see that generally, you regard this as book publications. Generally, we're dominated by foreign publishers. Now, don't even want to go to the journals. And Prof. Bauer also mentioned that he's not going to be talking about the journal publications. But in the questions that Veronica asked earlier on, the what about questions, one of the what about questions that I would want to be asking would be, what about publishing journals? What about publication of journals in South Africa? I spoke to a colleague who said only UNISA publishes about 40 journals. Now, if you think of it, and then everyone else, every other publisher then publishes far less than 40. UNISA is the highest in the country that publishes 40 journals. And all the other presses, you know, the big presses that we're having in the country, UCT, VETS, Press, UKZN, they are far less in terms of publication of journals. And yet, you can look at any of our reports that we produce that measure research outputs, publications in South Africa, any one of them. You would start from, I think, about 2007, 2006, all of them. The dominant form of dissemination of publication of published material is journal. And by far, not just in a small way, by about 90% and above. And then book publications take about 5%. Yes, we've done some change in the policy around 2016 to put more emphasis and more impact on research outputs, publications in books. And yes, there is some change, but they still occupy about between 5 and 8%, and then conference proceedings publications. So that's about the policy. If you were expecting that I speak about the policy, it covers all of the policy, that part I've said there. So, of course, the challenges in the sector, institutional research policies, when Prof. Bauer speaks about sustainability, I keep on thinking about our research, institutional research policies, how they promote publishing, how do they promote, in fact, maybe that should be the question, do they promote publishing? But do they promote publishing in scholarly books? Or is it just a question of focusing on journals and conferences? And of course, that whole slide there, almost all of it, talks about the emphasis that is put by university managers, of course, including the institutional policies, on publishing in order to maximize on subsidy, and not publishing in order to have scholarly publications, in the true sense of the word scholarly publications. Of course, there are other challenges. Prof. Bauer mentioned open access. That's the last bullet there in my slides. I think, yes, it's gathering momentum, but it's still little understood out there. Not long ago, it was open access was synonymous with low quality. But that is changing slowly, you know, with the gathering of that momentum that Prof. Bauer was referring to. Okay, of course, the issue of credentialism and so on. I'll skip this slide. And yes, I said in case I run out of time, I will say quality. And that would be point number 2 there on the value of publishers in South Africa in this case. And thirdly, safeguarding of state subsidy. That's what is going to be sustaining us if we safeguard state subsidy, not only in terms of research publications from the DHET, but all of the other research that comes from the state. Yes, and the last point, that publishers need to remain reservoirs of their generations of publications. And not these days, you know, we know you have to access this material in different ways, and we shouldn't be getting something like we have run, it's out of print anymore because of the times we live in. I will leave it there, and that's what that point was mentioning. And thank you very much. We'll deal with the questions later. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to stand tall also. My thanks to Himla and Veronica for kicking off the meeting with good humour. Not having spoken in public for 2.5 years, I'm a little bit rusty, so breaks the ice, and of course the bench helps. But let me continue from Professor Bauer's wonderful presentation. If universities need a VC, then it must have a press also. That is the Murphy's Law. The key, of course, is to ensure that the press is funded in the same way as is the VC's office, in which case we can all go home and donate the lunch to somebody else. I'm not going to comment on Prof. Bauer's address because I think the panelists are doing that, but as the chair of the forum, when I signed up for this job, I didn't realize I was getting 3 jobs. Chair of the committee, the scholarly committee, and the book forum, and the journals forum. And in my last performance management meeting with my dean, I explained that UJ pays me, but I work for ASAF. Fortunately, my university is very flexible in these things. So, okay, but to get down to some more serious matters, I think it's already clear that this is a conference with a difference. And while the proceedings will be published, hopefully, it's a strategic planning exercise. We need to get beyond the catch-up phase and into a planning mode, and I think Professor Bauer has outlined some of the contours of what that mode might look like. The local book publishers are the link, again, point made earlier, between the local and the global. I wrote this yesterday, so in fact we're all on the same page. I just want to underline these points. But over the past year, the forum has the forum members, having come out or through lockdowns and the awful conditions imposed by COVID, have been working very enthusiastically and very systematically via a series of tactical commissions that we set up, conducting SWOT analyses, addressing a rapidly changing funding, technological markets, legislative and institutional conditions. The publishing is at a crossroads, never the more so than since Gutenberg developed the printing press. And the future of the South African book scholarly publishing sector is at stake. And we cannot simply all return to our offices and continue business as usual. And fortunately and wonderfully, DHET is part of this process, and I think there's an excellent working relationship that is developed between ASAF and DHET, and we do value that and hope that it will continue. Okay, it's the forum's appeal that academics, people like me who are not publishers in the strict sense of the word, actually work much more closely with our administrators and our managers and our research officers in devising policy. Policy tends to get written at the top and then devolve down, and sometimes it doesn't work for those at the bottom end of the pile, but who are actually producing the work, and I think these issues have already been indicated to some extent. And publishing is not just a DHET tick-boxing exercise, which I fear that it may have become. It's a fundamental economic sector, amongst others, contributing to growth. And again, anticipation of this point. So, if intellectual property is the economic good of the future, then it is a good that needs to be protected and economically leveraged and integrated into national development policy goals. Publishing is a labor-intensive industry, and when growing, it is job-creating, and it could even become tax-paying for those outside of the university sector. But most of all, again, the point has been made that it is symbolic. It offers explanations of the past and strategies for the future. It's not just a commodity or a public performance management credit. It is life and culture affirming. And only tactical knowledge and implementation, as produced through publishing, is actually going to save the planet if the politicians are actually listening. So I think we're at a number of crucibles here. Climate change, technological change, moving from legacy publishing to open access publishing, funding models trying to catch up, publishers not sure where they're going to, copyright amendment bill, which is the wild card in the South African case at least, local, global, knowledge export, knowledge import, sharing of resources, import, export. These are all issues that the forum has been discussing over the past year and which will see some exposure now in the public domain at this particular conference. So I really just wanted to set the scene, and let's take it from there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So we're going online now to Sarah Nuttall.
Thanks so much, Veronica. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't see you. Is your camera on?
My camera's on, yeah.
Okay. They'll set it up, yeah. Okay, carry on, Sarah.
Okay. I would like to make an extended comment, covering a range of things. And I'd like to start for a moment by being quite specific. I think the conference is, quite rightly looking at the bigger pictures. But let me just start with the fact that, I've been working at WISER for a long time, and when you walk into WISER, there's a cabinet of 60 books produced by scholars at WISER since its inception. Many of those books are published by Wits Press. Some of them are published by UKZN Press, a couple by UCT Press, and so on. If I think about the spines of those books, they're also published by international publishers. In fact, some of them are published first by international publishers and second by Wits Press. And many of them are extremely well-known books, around the world. So, one thing to think about if we think very specifically from the vantage point of a single corridor in a single university is to understand that those books are sort of front and center to the humanities project. Front and center to the humanities project, and they stand in the humanities, as I think Ahmed said, very powerfully for intellectual work. I read something a while back, which is that journal articles attract on average, depending who's writing a course, but on average 12 to 15 readers. And books play a very important kind of galvanizing role in terms of building academic fields and visibility. And what that cabinet of books enables us to do is to make our case to our faculty for being a research institute, set up to publish widely and be some kind of humanities hub. And so all of these kinds of implications around the production of scholarly books in terms of producing institutions and producing loci in institutions that are built around these archives, these book archives, and thus in turn are built around university presses. And it has just been extraordinary to me, thinking about Wits' centenary this year and thinking that Wits Press has been there alongside the university for 100 years. It seems a remarkable a fact and a remarkable achievement that we're trying to do something interesting with, and I want to tell you about that now. And it goes to your second question that I think is worth us considering in a slightly different vein from the discussion so far, and that is, how to animate the histories of books and book publishing in this country in a way that speaks to people subliminally, intuitively. Why is this interesting? Why is this important? And we make a lot of these arguments politically. But one of the things that we're doing is that we're working on an open access book at the moment, which finds interesting kind of entry points to tell the story of, in this case, Wits University Press. And so we're trying to look at, early Black intellectual history, who was published, who wasn't, looking at the correspondence with publishers, looking at the figures of the commissioning editors, looking at early feminist texts, how feminist texts changed over time, which women were published, which weren't, what were the topics and how they changed. So all of these kinds of things. In fact, Wits Press published African Studies Journal for many years, and we're trying to look at, what was published in English, what was published in French, what was published in Portuguese, and how did these kind of convene academic terrains? So that's a project that we are doing with Wits University Press, or at least in discussion with the press, to try to animate the terrain subliminally for people. You will know, if you know anything about the way we work, that over 20 years, we celebrated our 20-year anniversary late last year. We just run these book projects all the time, these public fora in which we convene events around books, and that seems to me to feed back into the importance of publishing. So we had an event recently, post-COVID, had a book launch of Isabel Hofmeyr's latest book. We had about 100 people in the room, which was fantastic. But at some point, Veronica made an intervention around local publishing. And at that point, Isabel Hofmeyr said, I commit to publishing my next book first with Wits Press and second with an international press, rather than the other way around. And that seemed an important moment. Getting scholars with high profiles to publish, first with a local publisher and second with an international publisher. And that goes to my third point, which is I think that my read from a Humanities Institute perspective, standing at the center of many, many networks, is that there's a growing impetus around the politics of the global South. And around the kind of point that Ahmed made, which is books will make sense first in terms of their embeddedness and their nestedness within African intellectual formations. Those are the books that are, in fact, ultimately the ones that are widest read because they make sense. And so what I'm seeing is something of a disconnect, perhaps because of US politics over the last 5 years and sort of post-COVID, and having to be locally centered, but something of a disconnect between Northern and Southern research imaginations. And I think that's quite positive in all sorts of ways, because it does go to these African intellectual formations that books need to be embedded in the first instance. And so I'd like to make a case that we're gaining ground in terms of kind of the politics of the global South, and therefore global South book publishing. It makes more and more sense to do that. So these are the kind of three main points that I want to make. How do we animate the history of books and book publishing? So that it starts to become interesting, on its own terms. The next is, how do we build on a growing impetus around the politics of the global South, including in relation to book publishing? The third has to do with getting scholars to publish here first and then internationally. The fourth has to do, and I hope Ahmed takes this back to university VCs. There's a lot of money in our universities. And it seems to me that money is heading to the sciences. We know that to be the case. And there really ought to be, more commitment from those VCs to subsidizing university presses. And there's always this argument, okay, well, how do the presses become more sort of sustainable on their own terms? But what about subsidizing them? They're absolutely key, and people have said that. And that's where the national approach seems very, very important to me. I would love to see kind of national pressure on VCs to put more money into presses, to subsidize open access, So that all seems very important. And really just to close by saying that we've used the COVID period, and I know that peers elsewhere in the country have done so as well, to launch. We launched a weekly podcast in April 2020, essentially around scholarly work and the books that people write, the research that they're doing. And it's remarkable to me that we attracted 28,000 listeners around the world, and we can see as the map lights up on our social media charts how many people are listening to those kinds of interventions around accessibility. Ahmed's point again, on avowedly intellectual topics, right? Avowedly intellectual topics. So that would suggest that kind of anti-intellectualism that Ahmed was pointing to, can be turned around if we're finding different fora to do that. Close by saying, that the particular pleasure of a job like mine is precisely this kind of intensification of the local around, books that are coming from here, and engaging with those books critically, but also celebrating the fact that they're emerging from this continent and this place. So thank you very much.
thanks very much. Jeremy, are you ready?
Yes, thank you, Veronica. Thanks, colleagues. I hope you can hear me. So I try to keep my response as organic as possible, but in thinking about this conference and this opening theme, my mind kept coming back to this word aggregating, and I wondered why am I heading there? Where's this word coming from? And I was very interested to see this word arising in Professor Barwer's presentation earlier on. I'm very grateful for that presentation because I think it maps out an incredibly useful vision for the scholarly publishing sector into the future. So just to quickly explain my thinking, how I arrived there, and where I was heading in thinking about this. I came back to testing what is my understanding of our purpose as scholarly publishers, just very basically, and came back to the three pillars that I understand to be our purpose: knowledge production, dissemination, impact. So generally in knowledge production, I understand that to be about this process of constructing constantly new, constructing knowledge in evidence-based ways that's constantly new and different. And that gives us ways of understanding this world with rapid social, human, technological change in order to deal with the challenges of our times and for the future. So this very vibrant process of content development within a knowledge production framework. But our focus inside that, from Africa and from the global south, is obviously to generate this knowledge and publish this knowledge from and about the global south. The purpose that we wish to achieve, I think, in disseminating our published knowledge is to distribute this knowledge as widely as possible so that we can engage further understandings. Ideally, we want to do that as interactively as possible with readers and users of the knowledge. Then thirdly, of course, this golden milestone of impact, a very complex thing, but essentially there we are looking at how these understandings that are created in our knowledge domains are taken up, how are they used to make a difference. So here we sit, as has been highlighted, in a world with really grand challenges, from unemployment, inequality, poverty, the water issue, the resources issue, climate change. In fact, some of these issues are called existential crises. They are so severe. We sit with these very, very critical frameworks that we hoping our knowledge, our published knowledge, can deal with. And of course, this is essentially our purpose, not just to publish and engage in these pillars of knowledge production and dissemination and impact, but actually for what we are publishing to make a difference. Last week, I read two interesting articles by academics, and I just wanted to highlight those within this frame. Recently, I was wondering, I read that only 15% of the youth globally believe that climate change is an important issue. So most people don't believe, and I wondered why that was. Anyway, the first article I read by two scholars they investigated this resistance to the science around climate change. Now, the science of climate change is widely published. The evidence-based knowledge is extensive. It's published mainstream, it's published in academic, etc. Yet there's very little take-up or understanding publicly, and that's globally. So why? And these scholars point to two things. One is what they called optimism bias. The other was what they identified as being political bias. The optimism bias being the human psychology that tends to feel that although they understand a problem is there, it should be fine because it's not going to affect me. The political bias around climate change that they identified was that political bias definitely prevents an uptake of certain knowledge, no matter how evidence-based. So generally in climate change, the scholars pointed to the political bias of being, if you of the right, that there's a greater resistance to believing in climate change. On top of this, I read an article that pointed to basic psychological drivers that the greater the stress in a society or the greater the severity of a problem, generally, historically and currently, the greater the level of irrationality or desire to be irrational. So mechanisms such as self-deception or deception are employed in times of great stress. So I read these, and for me they were very interesting on two levels, given our purpose. That no matter how good the science that we engage in and publish in, that if we are not actually dealing as well with the social drivers in that science and with knowing more about how understanding is impeded and how understanding can be increased so that that impact and that take-up makes a difference, then the enterprise of publishing becomes less valuable. So really, it's an extremely complex process that we're involved in, and I guess this is what led me to the thinking of aggregating, because I think although we perform this incredibly vital function as scholarly publishers of knowledge and content from and about Africa and the global South that is original, that is important, we still are generating knowledge that is almost in silos. Outstanding knowledge, original excellence, original knowledge, but it's knowledge that is possibly not reaching because of access or because of other factors, readers, or it's knowledge that is fragmenting because it exists in pockets and pieces. So in essence, given my understanding of our purpose and the challenges that we have, I would like to echo this excellent vision for a national approach. And essentially it's because, and I'm wrapping up, and open access models on their own are not going to solve this problem. And what we really need, as Prof. Bauer highlighted, is the kind of shared service, the kind of data systems that are going to allow us to increase discoverability of the knowledge that all of us are producing and publishing, to increase that discoverability and its impact, and also to crack the nut of this problem of understanding and the barriers to understanding. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeremy. We have just a few minutes for for a few questions. Are there any online? Haven't seen them. Are they? Okay, I can see that here. Shall we just work out are there some questions in the room? Okay, 1, 2 maybe, and then some. Do you want to read out some of them? And then we'll go to you. Yeah.
So, thank you, Chair. So there's a question from Professor Daplo and from Hesma van Tonder, who is asking questions about scholarly textbooks and peer-reviewed scholarly textbooks and sort of the recognition thereof through the research output policy, etc., and the need thereof. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's take the other questions and then we'll give the panelists an opportunity to respond. Narode?
Yeah, I'd like to pose this that Ahmed, and your knowledge of UKZN Press, in your governance at universities, and you spoke about sustainability, there's always this need to defend their existence. And I know it exists at UKZN Press, where you have a large part of the management saying, what do we need a press for? And maybe 2 or 3 people defending it. And isn't this the sustainability debate that you put on the table there part of that we've corporatized higher education and research to such a degree that now we've got to defend our existence as publishers? And how do we bring it back into the academic realm?
Okay, we'll take Andrew's question. Oh, sorry, Narode. Did you want to continue, Narode?
Okay.
Just briefly, and then Andrew.
Yeah. The national model also, I'm going to be looking at a panel with diversity later. And whilst you're not arguing for the assimilation of all the independent editorial boards or the amalgamation of all the imprints, we've got to look at diversity on the national landscape whilst probably boxing clever in sharing resources. So I'd like you to give us your thoughts on those 2 aspects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Veronica, and thank you to the panelists for their presentations. I think I had 2 questions. The first one for Mahlubi, just about the intention of or the intended purpose of the DHET in this. Just with the idea that the accreditation of publications seems to become the major focus of the DHET in the scholarly publishing world, and I think it's a useful thing for us to begin to think beyond that, beyond the role of accreditation, adding value to the publishing ecosystem, and to be thinking in coordinated ways about what the role of something like the DHET or DTI or the Department of Science is going to be in that role. And then to emphasize, I guess, the second part of that, to pick up on Ahmed's point, just of the value of scholarly publishers and scholarly publishing, and the necessity for that to be locally made, locally managed, and locally owned. I think those things feed very nicely into that idea of the national imperative. Thank you.
Okay, perhaps our panelists can respond in the order in which they spoke. So we'll begin with Ahmed and then Mahlubi, Kian, and the online people. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Veronica. Should I come there?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much. Actually, the issue around scholarly textbooks is a vexed one. I mean, for me at least. I think that from my point of view, at least, what I wanted to focus on and what I did focus on was was the issue of scholarly books, as in monographs and so on. And and I think that one of the big challenges we face is that we also have to produce textbooks. So there's no question about that, and that's really vital. And I think the big question for me is, should we be thinking about a different business model for scholarly for textbooks or not? Like, I mean, that's, I don't have a very kind of worked out idea about that yet, and so. So the one thing that really does strike me as being interesting, at least, is that the textbook industry in South Africa, at least, from what I can gather, at least in my, is so dependent on, well, it's so heavily subsidized by government funding, via the student financial aid system and so on. So that has to be kind of built into the model, if you like, and so it makes it very complex. I mean, and there is a need for discussion. So I'm not suggesting that there is no need for scholarly for textbooks. We have to have textbooks. The question is just what kind of model do we consider for that? Both your questions are really important, and I don't want to disagree. I don't disagree with anything you've said. So yeah, I think that when I think about the presses, the librarians will say exactly the same thing, and the faculties will say the same thing, and so that's the kind of challenge, right? I mean, Sarah's point is the critical point, that in terms of the overall budgets of our university, the budgets of the presses is like peanuts, right? So it is also a question of saying, well, can we say to our vice chancellors, actually, what? The university needs this, a country needs this, fund the presses properly. So that's the one kind of challenge, that I think we need to put on the table. But there is another issue here. The other issue is that if we think about the fact that, that universities are located in contexts that they are increasingly thinking about themselves as engaged institutions in those contexts, that they are sort of, there's this buzzword going around anchor institutions, and I'm not using anchor institutions with capital A and capital I because that has a particular meaning, but anchor institutions as in small a, small I, kind of just institutions in their context, working in their context. Actually, there's reason for those institutions to think about presses, right? To kind of really bring to the fore, because colonization is not just external colonization, right? So I know that's a bit controversial, but that's why I think that there's a need for us to think about this as a national project, as a national imperative, and so on. And I fully agree with you. I mean, what we shouldn't be doing is just sort of collapsing everything into a single operation. I mean, I would not agree with that. I mean, I think that we should. So when I say that we should be thinking about a national approach to this, it's a national approach to keep the publishing industry viable and so on. So yeah, and I think that we have to see the need, if you like, for expanding our publishing industry, not narrowing it down. Yeah, and I can't agree more with this idea, Andrew, that we really need to kind of foreground kind of really strong arguments about the value of scholarly publishing. I mean, so the one question I don't have a clear idea about is the textbooks one, and I think that that's something that we need a big discussion about. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. We get asked a lot about this question of textbooks. The policy, the current research output policy was, it's going to reach 20 years next year. It came in the system in 2003. And it's not a policy that is meant to be there forever. And it excludes textbooks. And then this is the reason why I'm looking back at its history. Now, I think we probably have just another 10 years maybe on this policy, and then it will be obsolete. Despite, of course, the changes and the improvements we can keep on making. We've done that in 2016. But then I think we need to be starting to think about what is it that we need to carry from this policy? What is good with the current one? What is it that we need to drop off it? And there, of course, unintended consequences. And when this policy was put together, it was never intended that the institutions are not going to be recognizing textbooks. Now, what gets to happen is that the authors of the textbooks and the institutions themselves, they look at the national policy and do not look at the institutional policies. Maybe the next policy should actually prescribe what the institutional policy should look like. That is the weakest link. And I don't necessarily want to apportion a blame here, but the institutional policies are always this weakest link in this process. And therefore, throwing us and the national policy under the proverbial bus. So, we've got to cater for scholarly textbooks. Simple as that. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say here. Yes, I also understand that question about corporatized research and how it should be taken back, the issue of publishing to where it belongs to the press. And again, the national policy has got to blame here in a way, because again, that's an unintended consequence of the national policy. It was never about institutions having to chase subsidy. Yes, it's packaged like that, but that was never an intention. You know, once that money is at the institution, it's at the discretion completely of the institution on how it uses it. Now, it should be subsidizing the scholarly press, the publishers. It should be, yes, it should have some incentives. It should promote research. It should do all sorts of things around regeneration or generation of knowledge and the whole pipeline of that generation of knowledge and ensuring quality. But it's not what it's being used for. That's why I'm saying maybe the next policy has got to prescribe more than leaving things open to the institutions, which I think will be tragedy already, really. Because, you know, in the first slide, Prof. Bauer spoke about institutional autonomy. That's, you know, the policies, the national policies are respecting that. But if it then goes off tangent, if the institutional practices and policies go off tangent, then the national policy has got to come in and intervene. And it relates to the same question that you asked, Andrew, on the intended purpose of the DHET. My response on what should happen maybe in the next 10 years, when we're looking at what's the future of research outputs and research publication, the policy, what's going to be the future? Because what we are having now, yes, as I say, you know, we can tweak it again and make sure that we cater for all these other things or address all these unintended consequences. But then maybe that's definitely not going to be the future forever. Then we need to come up with something that's going to be addressing these. As you say, you know, thinking beyond. And to me, thinking beyond is beyond this policy. What is it that we should be having? Of course, there are good things that came out of this policy. We can't deny that, you know, that we are at this level where we're talking about this probably even. And also that we're talking about the growth of research focus at the institutions, growth of research publications at the institutions. Yes, there are questions on some of the practices, unethical, predatory publishing, and so on. But those are the things we need to be addressing all the way, and not just because we're having this policy. But then, yes, there are good things that came up, but then we need to come up with other things that are going to be taking us beyond. Thanks.
Okay. Yes, well, if textbooks contribute to the transmission of knowledge, therefore they should be part of the process of recognition. And I think that a model for funding textbooks that stand up to scrutiny should be on the cards. Secondly, textbooks sometimes get more citations than do scholarly works. Thinking of the UNISA Professor Peter Fourie, whose 5 anthologies on media studies have garnered up to 1,000 citations. But UNISA Press could not publish those books because they were quoted textbooks, so they went to tutor. Instead of that, those resources staying within UNISA, they were exported to a private company. Textbooks can become cash cows to cross-subsidize the scholarly books. My own discussions with my colleagues in setting up UJ Press was that they didn't want a cash cow to cross-subsidize the scholarly works. They said, that's unscholarly. I said, well, then talk to Princeton University Press, which has a children's imprint, as does Cambridge, as does Oxford. We need to start thinking in much more lateral and innovative terms in order to be able to fund what we want to fund and to sustain all sectors of university production of knowledge, including what goes on in the classroom. So universities have introduced, for those who like to teach more than to write, an award for teaching. Well, only one person gets the award, whereas everybody who writes gets some kind of return on their writing. It's an unlevel playing field. And the result of the wonderful DHET system is that, as Chief Mabazela has said, institutions have come up with policies that agglomerate within one sector of activity rather than support all sectors of activity within the institution. So even promotions are now based on publication and teaching, administration, committee work engagement, community engagement are less important. The thing is to come up with monitoring mechanisms that actually make sure that the textbooks that are rewarded deserve it, because we all know that the Palgrave and Routledge and Blackwell's handbooks that started off 10 years ago as the cutting edge statements within particular disciplines have now become run-of-the-mill and really are just textbooks, and anybody can get one published. And even graduate students are now being approached to edit these things. So there's a kind of slide as a new idea loses its way. So, those are monitoring issues and can be easily dealt with an appropriate monitoring organization. But these are issues I think that we can pass on to DHET. And there's a wonderful article to finish by Maria from ARP, Director of Information Services at UJ, in the Anfaza magazine, in which she makes precisely this case. And I'll make sure that that gets to all delegates and the department. Thank you.
Sorry, I don't know how to switch on this mic. Sarah, a few closing comments? Sarah? I don't know if you're on mute.
Yeah, no, nothing further from me. Thanks very much. I'm enjoying the conversation. I have nothing to add at this point. Thanks, Veronica.
Thank you. Okay, Jeremy, from your side.
Thanks, Veronica. I did see one question, I think it was from Mpuka Rodinku, about the national project, and a question about how a single editorial board would encompass the goal of diversity. I don't think the vision that is being sketched is to reduce things. For example, to reduce the scholarly enterprise to a single editorial board, for example. I think instead, this is my understanding, the vision is to create something additional. So, for example, a platform that helps us to achieve that purpose that's been outlined in a better way. So, in essence, you have, for example, Wits University Press and HSRC Press and UKZN Press and so on, who are doing outstanding work on various projects, such as the decolonization of knowledge or projects, research books on inequality and poverty. And the vision around a national project is really to combine that knowledge and synthesize it in such a way that it has greater impact, discoverability, usability, and interactivity. I think that's my understanding of this vision for a national approach and a national project. And coupled with that, to make the funding model more predictable and more structured so that the question of sustainability can be addressed. Thank you.
Okay, thanks so much to all the panelists. There might be some more questions, but we have to leave it here. We're already out of time, but I think we'll make up time later in the day with one or two speakers not participating. But thanks very much to the entire panel. I think that was a very rich opening to the debates, which will pick up on some of the themes going through the course of the day. So thanks very much. And we'll break now for tea for 10 to 15 minutes and then begin the next panel. Thank you.
Recording stopped. join maybe in a few minutes.
May I ask how late is things running?
About 15 minutes. 6:30
Is Prashant?
what counts. So we're going to be looking at the quality and impact of scholarly books. A lot of that has been covered in the start of the session today, a lot of the themes that have emerged around quality, around the role of scholarly presses, and around working together and funding and support for the local presses. So I'm facilitating this session. My name is Roshan Kader, and I'm the commissioning editor at Wits University Press. And I've been working in scholarly book publishing for close to 15 years. And the speakers that I will be introducing a bit later are Darlene Peterser from the University of Stellenbosch, and she comes from a research informations management perspective, so the research office that does the submissions to the DHET. And then we've got an author, Barbara Boswell, who publishes both academic works and fiction, and with South African publishers. So this session's going to be quite hands-on and practical, very much from a practitioner-led perspective. But just to lay out maybe some of the framework for looking at the issue of quality, because it is so embedded with how publishers are perceived and what is considered a credible publisher, and peer review, credible, robust peer review and the models for that, editorial interventions that publishers make and the professionalized expertise that they bring, and then finally the accreditation process. So how do all of these things work together to tell us, well, why is this author worth it? Why is this publisher credible? Why is this research of value? And we also find ourselves as scholarly publishers in this environment of digital-driven workflows, of digital dissemination, but also high supply of high research output. But the market for that, the audience, is becoming more niche, more fragmented. What Jeremy Whiteman was speaking about was, how do we measure this impact of our books when sometimes the audiences that we are speaking to are so fragmented? How do we make these works more discoverable? And we see high costs of the cost of publications and low returns in the form of sales. And we're also competing in a global environment. We're not just competing with the local scholarly presses here, but we are competing with the Elsevier's, the Taylor and Francis's, and American university presses. And that very interesting slide that Chief Mabizela put up about the amount of books that are being published overseas and how small that is in the local context. And we would love to grow local publishing. So part of this role of us being here is how do we get more of a robust support system going that would enable us to grow that. So yes, scholarly publishers are often perceived by academics as gatekeepers, but that curative role is important because in that filtering and selection, the aim is to publish high-level, high-impact research that influences and advances scholarship, but I would say also that should be taken to readers and audiences that's not only in the academy. The books project differs to the journals project in that the books are trying to communicate to broader audiences. And so credible publishers are doing the validity of the research, forging disciplines, but also how to talk to audiences in a way that translates to marketability, whether that's even in an open access form, because just because it's free to download doesn't mean that it's completely and easily discoverable. And then peer review is fundamental to all of this, but all publishers know there's so many challenges in peer review. We need a session on that on its own. Finding the right readers, getting diversity in that group, growing the reader pool, getting readers to deliver on time, how much to pay them. So we align ourselves with the DHET practice of double-blind peer review, but we also know that other presses, international presses, are experimenting with other forms of peer review, single-blind, open peer review systems, for a kind of crowd-funded, sourced commentary. And should we be looking at new and sometimes innovative models so that sometimes publication projects just get, pushed back so much because of the peer review system, but how do we still maintain integrity in that, because it's the backbone to how we verify the scholarship. And then just the editorial investment, working with highly proficient editors and staff in order to do high quality publications. And part of one of the recommendations that came out of a survey was to the DHET in 2019 called the Quality of Research Outputs. And one of the recommendations there was for quality assurances, was to have a list A and a list B. A list A was automatically accredited list of publishers by the DHET, and on that list were only international publishers. The list B had the local publishers with some international as well, but various checks and balances would have to be put through. And for us, a question and a concern is, what is this perception that international is better? That their way of doing peer review, which sometimes does not conform to the DHET system that we are doing, is automatically perceived as better. So part of this discussion that we're going to be having also with our authors and from the research office is, how do we start to shift this perception and to improve the reputations of local presses? And finally, the accreditation system, for all of us, it is a support, but it's also a competitive resource for the universities. But what we are concerned about is there a gaming of the system that's beginning to happen? We see this in the rise of some questionable publishing practices. So how do we address this? Is there a way of addressing this from the press point of view? And again, part of the role and looking at the quality frameworks here is to also look perhaps at new models and ways of influencing the policy and having a discussion around that. So the first speaker that I'm going to hand over to is Darlene Pieterse from the Research Office at the University of Stellenbosch.
Thank you, Roshan. Now, Roshan has asked me to speak about the DHET accreditation process and how DHET evaluates publications, books in particular in this instance, as well as publishers. So I would just like to say from the start that I'm not necessarily going to touch on the evaluation of publishers, for the simple reason, as she's mentioned, that although the DHET policy states that they will in future provide a list of so-called reputable publishers, we have not received such a list as yet. So I can't really speak on how publishers are evaluated as such, but rather how books in general are evaluated. So the emphasis is not on the publisher at the moment, but more on the evaluation of books as such. So I thought, this is going to be a bit of a technical presentation, because, it looks at the DHET process. But I'm also going to share some insights from Stellenbosch University as to the guidelines that we provide to our researchers in terms of the kind of information that they have to provide to us before we submit to DHET, in terms, in order to ensure that we ensure successful submission, and We had a quick look, and over the last 5 years, Stellenbosch University has always been constantly in the top 3 institutions in terms of the number of units accrued for book publications. So I thought it would be valuable to also share with you as publishers, the kind of information that the DHET panels look at when evaluating books. So the topics I'm going to cover is just briefly touch on the DHET policy again in general, then the requirements for book publications, and then, as I've mentioned, Stellenbosch University's own internal guidelines. Then I'm briefly going to look at the submission process, the subsidy and incentive funding, and then I'm just going to have a few closing remarks that maybe we can also use in the panel discussion, some points to ponder on. So that is from the official research output policy that was introduced in 2015, that just again states the mission of the DHET in terms of this policy. All universities or all higher education institutions have to submit to DHET annually all the research outputs, in the form of publications and now also creative outputs. I've just put up again, what the DHET official definition is of research output, where peer review, originality, and an expert audience, is the emphasis of this policy. Now, as you know, it's not only books that are accredited, but also journal articles and peer-reviewed conference proceedings. But, obviously for the purpose of this discussion, we're going to look at books specifically. So there you can see, I've just mentioned again, the criteria as obtained from the official DHET policy for the recognition of books. So just in short, it has to be original research, peer review is very important. And then some technical requirements, like it has to have an ISBN number, the length of the book must be a minimum of 60 pages. The target audience has to be specialists in the relevant field. And then also researchers have to provide a so-called research justification where they have to address specific issues, such as the originality of the research, the contribution to existing knowledge in the field, the target audience. And they also have to specifically mention the fact that, it hasn't been published elsewhere, so no plagiarism involved. There are very particular requirements in terms of second or later editions and also dissertations. For second or later editions, at least 50% of the contribution has to be original, reworked. And then in the case of, the same applies to dissertations and theses, where they have to provide evidence that substantial reworking has taken place. And then I thought, just briefly, share with you our interpretation of the policy. Over the years, we've gathered from the feedback that we've received from DHET, certain finer tuning of the requirements. And just note that this is not Stellenbosch University's own requirements. This is based solely on the feedback that we've received, especially over the last 3 years, where DHET has started to provide very valuable feedback in terms of specifically which publications have been approved. And if they were rejected, they also provide us with very specific reasons as to why it was not approved. And we also get one chance to appeal that decision, just by the way. So in terms of peer review, it's very important to note that they don't want a mere statement to say that peer review had taken place. We need to provide evidence of the peer review process that had been followed. And preferably, this also has to be provided by the publisher of the particular book. So if the publisher states that they were not involved as such in the process, but it was the general editor, then we need a statement from them as well to this effect, so that, if that person provides a statement, that there's a reason for that it comes from them and not from the publisher as such. The peer review also needs to be clear and unambiguous. If possible, unless in the case of blind review, they should also provide the names and the affiliations of the reviewers. We also need to know whether peer review had taken place on the whole manuscript or the proposal only. And then this is important, and it looks as though it's become increasingly important over the last few rounds. The peer review reports should also be provided, if possible, to support the submission. And also, if you, as an author, have other additional peer review, like, for instance, commentary or anything to that effect on the publication, then it also helps to submit that in order to, to support the particular submission. Then something that we also don't accept in our research office is a generic declaration in terms of peer review, because we became aware of, I suppose it makes sense in order to save time. We've seen publishers, various publishers giving sort of a standard declaration in terms of the peer review process that had been followed. And that is unfortunately not acceptable. We need detailed peer review statements as to how that had taken place on the particular publication. And they're very important in terms of independent peer review. If the editor of the book also contributed towards a chapter in the book, then the panels also look at whether independent peer review had taken place on the editor's contribution. So a lot of emphasis is placed on the issue of independent peer review as well. Now, just briefly, the process of submission that is followed. At Stellenbosch, we use an online information system at the moment, the research administrator for capturing of the research publications. We have departmental coordinators who capture the information. It needs to be signed off by the head of the department, also in terms of ethical clearance of the publications. That is by the end of January each year. Then there's a process of quality control by members of the research office to see whether or not, the publications comply at least with the technical criteria before it's then submitted to our own internal evaluation panels. And at the moment, we've got 3 evaluation panels. The one is for the human and social sciences. Then there's another one for the natural sciences, and then lastly, one for the health sciences. So all our book and conference publications are really, they are screened internally by experts in the field before we submit them to the HET. Now, all the publications that are approved by these panels, and only those that are approved, are then submitted to the HET. They have an online system, the Research Output Submission System, or RISE, that is hosted at NRF, and that is done by the 15th of May each year. Then we get feedback from the HET if they need any additional, in some instances, additional information. And then by the end of the year, after their own internal evaluation, we receive, well, either the end of the year or the beginning of the following year, we get detailed feedback from the HET, both institutional reports as well as sector-wide reports, to indicate specifically and in very much detail, what the status is on both your own institution as well as the sector in terms of each of the categories, so in other words, the journal articles, the books, and the conference proceedings. Now, in terms of the subsidy that is allocated, it varies, obviously on the DHET budget and also on the number of submissions that they receive. So at the moment, the subsidy amount is more or less in the order of just over 128,000 per unit. I didn't put it in my slide, but a chapter in a book, if the total number of chapters are 10, can receive up to 1 unit. So it's the same as a journal article in an accredited journal. But the maximum number of units that can be allocated to a book is 10. So you can see if you've got a book with 10 chapters, then it's quite a substantial amount of subsidy, that is allocated to that publication. Now, Stellenbosch University does provide incentive funding for DHET approved publications. It's called the Special Support Scheme for Research, and the maximum of that amount is 10% of the DHET subsidy amount. That is then allocated back to departments, and it can be utilized, or we advise them that it can be utilized for the individual researchers that contributed towards this fund. But we have a very strict policy for the incentive funding. And in particular, the fact that it cannot be utilized in addition to salaries, but it can only be utilized for research and research-related purposes. And that incentive funding also has to be approved either on departmental level or on faculty level. So it's not as though there is no guarding over the spending of that money. There's very strict rules in place for that. Okay, so just to conclude, Roshan has asked me to speak on gaming of the system. And obviously, any system, no matter how good it is or good the intention of that system is, can be gamed, And increasingly so, we've seen the emergence of predatory publishers, predatory journals over the last decade or so. And that is of a huge concern for us, obviously, I think it is just due to the volume of the publications, it's more of an issue in the articles category than in the books. Because there's, as you've seen, there are very strict measurements in place in terms of book publications. But, for all categories, you have other issues coming up, like the affiliation of authors. I know that in some instances, or it's possible that institutions can claim for authors that don't have a formal affiliation to that, that particular institution. At Stellenbosch University, we have very strict rules in place. Before we can claim for someone that is not, formally appointed by the university, in the case of special appointments of research fellows, we still have the requirement in place that their appointment as a research fellow or special professor or special senior lecturer or whatever has to go through a formal HR process, So we will never claim for authors that don't have some form of formal affiliation to the university, but we know that that's not always the case. And then also you get the issue of in-house publications. Again, I don't think that's really a big issue in terms of book publications, and DHET has also addressed this in terms of journal articles. So there is some measurements in place to curb that. And then another way of gaming the system is that peer review was not a formality as such, and it was not decisive on whether or not a publication or a research will be published. It was just a formality to provide a statement of peer review, to comply with requirements. And then the last 2 points speak to something that's already been mentioned, and that is the originality of the research. We know you get salami slicing, and we also know, but again, that's also more related to journal articles, I'd say. But then you have in certain disciplines, the case where updates to existing research, is also published. And although it's not wrong, I'm thinking specifically of the raw, in terms of law books, it's not wrong as such, but there is a question that comes up in our evaluation panels, is how original is that research then, But again, there's a bit of a discrepancy in terms of the requirements for books and journal articles, because a review article, for instance, is recognized in the DHET system, although it's not really original research there, So in the case of books, you have to prove you have to provide solid proof that it is original research. And then there's also the issue of the target audience, You cannot submit textbooks for accreditation, although we distinguish between textbooks for pre-graduate students and postgraduate students, because we are of the opinion that once someone reaches the postgraduate level, then a textbook for that person, it moves in the direction of a very specific target audience. So it's a bit difficult and challenging to provide guidelines that are all, that are relevant to all disciplines, because there's such variation between the various disciplines. Now, in terms of the DHET policy, we know that there's been a bit of criticism against the policy. And some of the most common issues that have been raised, across the board, it's not institution specific, is a measurement of quantity and not quality, perhaps, And I know a lot of researchers also say that the research activities, the range of research activities that are covered is too limited, it's not extensive. So this has partly been addressed by DHET with the recognition of the creative outputs since 2019. So they have covered that to a large extent. Now, I know that, despite these criticisms against the DHET policy, my personal opinion is that although it may be regarded as a blunt instrument, it makes total sense from the DHET's perspective to have a fairly straightforward process in place to determine and calculate the allocation of the subsidy. After that, and this is what Chief has also said, and I fully agree with him, the responsibility lies with the higher education institutions to utilize these subsidy funds in such a manner that it encourages and incentivizes research across a broader spectrum than merely what the policy states. That is very important. And almost all criticisms against the policy stems from that, Now, I know that the issue is that once a subsidy, is paid into a higher education institute's account, what they say is it loses its memory. And that is true, because it doesn't mean that that subsidy gets directly allocated to the DVC research. There's not always a direct link between the subsidy income from research and research-related activities, such as master's and doctoral degrees, and the and the funds that are allocated to research portfolios. So, that is something, as far as I'm concerned, that has to be addressed at the institutional level. So it's not something that needs to be addressed, as far as I'm concerned, at policy level from DHET. So, one of the unintended consequences also from the policy that we've seen is the fact that, if you incentivize researchers directly, then it leads to some unsavory practices, But again, that is not an issue with the DHET policy as such. That is something that has to be addressed at an institutional level. So that's my 2 cents, in terms of a research office perspective. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Darlene. We'll definitely come back to you later for some questions and discussion, but that was very important to get the research office perspective, and thanks for taking us through the technicalities of the submission and accreditation process. So now we've got Barbara Boswell, who is Associate Professor of Literature and Head of the Department of English Literature at the University of Cape Town. She has edited a book with the HSRC on Loretta Ngobo, and she's written on Black women's writing in South Africa with Wits University Press, and she's also written a novel called Grace, which she published with Mojaji Books. And Barbara will be talking to us about the author's perspective on publishers and scholarly books.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, Roshan, for that introduction. And also thanks to Deline for a very interesting presentation. I have been asked to speak on a topic called What Makes a Good Scholarly Book, and Publisher and Author's Perspective. And so what I'll be talking about really comes from my own experience as a writer, and also as the HOD of the Department of English Literary Studies, where I am mentoring PhD students and master students who are thinking about or tentatively taking the first steps into the publishing world. And that includes creative writing students and also small literary scholars, and also junior faculty who are coming into the department as new lecturers and who are considering their research trajectories as they are moving into a professional position from being a PhD student or from perhaps not working in a formal educational institution. So at UCT, our Department of Literary Studies has changed its focus quite significantly over the past few years. And we are trying to build ourselves as a department which really privileges the Global South as a hub of literary production and theory production. And so we have shifted a lot of our courses and our teaching to reflect this shift in our values as a department. And this is quite fortunate for me personally, because as a writer, this is what I've seen my vision to be also. I mean, you don't think about it when you sit down to write a novel specifically, but my work is concerned with excavating, surfacing knowledges that have been really subsumed by processes of colonialism, apartheid, other violent processes of erasure of knowledge. And so to be situated in a department which has this particular vision is quite fortuitous for me, because my own personal vision as a writer and my professional vision that in the department that I lead are aligning quite well. And it is from this perspective that I think about writing and I think about publishing, because as we know, publishing is extremely political. We don't, in this country, on this continent, in the globe, we don't have as human beings equal access to the means to distribute our work, our new knowledges, our ideas. And so the first approach that I take is to think of publishing as quite a political enterprise and to strategize accordingly. So in my own life, I've only started publishing quite recently. I've published all 3 of my books within the last 3 years. And of course, not 3, sorry, 5. I haven't been that productive. But of course, we know that books take a long time, and they were a long time in the making for decades before they were published. So my commitment as a writer has been to publishing in local presses. And so with my novel, which was my first output, it was a feminist press called Mojaji Press. My second book, which is a monograph, is called And Wrote My Story Anyway, Black South African Women's Novels as Feminism. And this was published with Wits University Press. And the third book is a compilation, really an edited compilation of Loretta Nobo's work with quite a long introductory biography of her written by me, and her work excerpted, and this is published by HSRC Press. So what I'm going to present today is really what I would advise a emerging researcher or a newer researcher when considering a book in South Africa. So I'm talking to a very specific audience here. And given the system, I'm really glad to be following Delene because she's really outlined what is at stake if you are located in an academic institution and you are thinking of a career there and advancing through the ranks and producing work that aligns with your values, but also aligns with where you want to go in the university system and the knowledge production system. So from my own perspective, I have chosen South African presses, and part of what I've done, I have also stopped publishing in journals like Taylor and Francis, for example, and I'm not giving this as advice. I'm not telling anyone else not to do it, but it's my own political maneuver at the moment. Taylor and Francis, for example, has a turnover of 600 million pounds in 2019. And a lot of the work that they do in academic systems relies on free labor. And I'm at the stage in my career where I decided I don't want to participate in the system anymore. And I'm able to do that because I've built a career. So I wouldn't advise this to a young scholar starting out. If you can publish in a prestigious journal that is owned by Taylor and Francis, do so by all means. But for me, what I've chosen to do is publish in, I'm going to hold up this book. I'm not sure how visible it will be, but this is, for example, I'm seeing it quite, this is published by Wits University Press. Also, it's called Surfacing. It's an edited collection, and it's edited by Desiree Lewis and Habiba Badaroon. It's called On Being Black and Feminist in South Africa. And this is a scholarly collection which uses a kind of hybrid type of writing and voicing of feminist theory. And this is an example of where I would rather publish my work than in a scholarly journal, which is run for profit. And so the first thing I would advise if you are writing a scholarly work is to do you want it to be a monograph, or is an edited collection the best way to go? We know that often monographs are single-authored publications, and they represent a very significant research project that spans a period of time or a analytical period or an analytical reach. And so if you want to initiate the publication of an edited collection, this is a different type of labor. It's soliciting contributions, it's identifying contributions and getting these contributors, giving them guidelines, perhaps mentoring them, working with them to produce the kind of vision that you envision for an edited collection. And of course, there are numerous contributors. Each one has a different take on a topic or a theme and brings a particular set of expertises to this project. And it makes a work wide-ranging. It gives it a multiplicity of perspectives, a multiplicity of voices. And it's interesting to read because each chapter will be a piece of research or a theory or a theorization within itself, a complete unit of writing in a book that you can dip into one essay at a time and not read the rest of the book, and you will have drawn a lot from one essay. However, a monograph is one author's sustained thinking, theorizing, and knowledge making on one particular topic. And so I think this takes, as a writer, perhaps a lot of stamina. It will take years to write. It will take probably more years to edit and craft into a shape that is acceptable to a publisher. For students, newly minted PhDs and people approaching the end of the PhD, one obviously advises them, as you are thinking through whether your dissertation makes a good monograph or whether to publish chapters of it in different locations. That's one decision a newly minted PhD has to make. Do I want to turn my dissertation into one book, or do I want to farm out different chapters to different journals, have each chapter appear in a different journal or in a different edited collection? So for some disciplines, using your chapters as journal articles may be a better approach, and they will be published easier and quicker, not easier, but there's a shorter publishing time when you're submitting to a journal. But turning the dissertation into a book is, of course, a sustained effort, and it often takes as much work or more work than writing the dissertation, because as any publisher, and all of you know probably, that you don't just publish the dissertation. The book that comes from a dissertation is a very, very different type of text. You rework it, and you might add chapters, but you will also change the language so as to make it more accessible. Even though academic and scholarly monographs are expert books or for an expert audience, they still have to be authored in quite different language to the academic language you would use in a text like a dissertation, because what it does, the work that it does, is very different. A dissertation shows expertise, that you are worthy of being conferred the doctorate, and a book is a different project. It is about disseminating the knowledge in the world. And what makes for good books? Obviously, it's almost a no-brainer to state new, novelty, originality, and knowledge. Our mandate in academia is to produce knowledge. But what is very interesting in South Africa, and what makes it a very exciting space at the moment, is that the types of knowledges that are produced, what counts as knowledge, has shifted significantly. So new knowledge, but I'm being told to wrap up, and I'm only halfway through. But there's been epistemic rupture in South Africa, and there are moments, for example, the transition to democracy, the Fees Must Fall and Roads Must Fall movements, where we have large shifts in social conditions, in what social movements have achieved, and then also in the knowledge sphere, what counts as knowledge. So, for example, I'm just reading a book called Orsi Told Me Why Caper Historiographies Matter by June Bam, who is also a professor here at UCT. And this is about intergenerational knowledge that is passed down from the auntie figure in Khoisan communities. And it is really difficult to imagine that 10 or 15 years ago, a book like this would even be published in South Africa, because that particular knowledge field would not have been perhaps seen as knowledge or worthy of scholarly excavation or dissemination in that way. I'll go very quickly. Yeah, I have more to say, but I'll wrap up. What makes a good publisher? I would argue a local publisher. You don't have to translate your context to a local publisher, a local academic press in the way you would have to a more one based in the USA or Europe, for example, where you would have to do a lot of framing about in writing about why your project matters. You still have to do that in a local academic press, but there is a set baseline, I think, of principles. We all know what apartheid is. We all know what the transition is. We don't have to explain those sorts of concepts in ways that we would normally to an outside academic press. The academic presses here, and I can't, WITS, HSRC, UKZN, Sun, UCT Press, presses as significant because they are in a position, and I think many of them have taken this on, of furthering the projects of producing decolonial knowledges and indigenous knowledges. And I think that's an exciting moment for us because these presses are wanting these new forms of knowledges which have not always been well received or acknowledged as knowledge in the past. The last two things, predatory presses, especially graduating students, PhD students, you will be targeted. This happened to me, it happens to many students that I know. There are predatory presses that go through university new dissertation uploads and who will target these newly minted PhDs and say, publish with us. And it's really important to be mindful and be careful of these predatory presses if you have to pay them something upfront. I advise students to look at the stable. So my book, I chose Wits University Press because Pumla Gola published her very important study on slavery there, and Habiba Badaroun. And I considered my books or I at least aspirationally wanted them to be in conversation with those books and contemporaries of those books. And so the press that publishes the books that you read in order to write your knowledge or create your knowledge, that's the press you should aspire to. So Wits was always my number one press for this book, and I was very pleased when they accepted my proposal. A strong editing team, a commissioning editor, an editor are crucial, but editors that are not doing editorial interference. They can structure your project, help you to write it, help you to write the best project that you are able to, but without tampering with ideologically with your work and allowing you the freedom of speech and the freedom of expression that is at the core of all research with integrity. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Maybe I can address some of the things that I wanted to say in the Q&A section. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Barbara. Yeah, it's always just so good to get feedback from the authors around, your reasons for publishing and what you are looking for in publishers. And I also just found your political and ethical position around choosing local publishers to be, so supportive and inspiring. And I think, for local presses, that's what we see our role as also serving, the local knowledge project and developing good lists and good authors. So it's fantastic to just hear your position, but I know not all authors have the luxury of choosing that. Are there any questions from the floor? Okay, I see one hand up in the room, and I'm just looking online as well. Oh, it's not showing here. Oh, is that one from Pierre? Oh, I can't see those, you see. Okay, all right. So I'm going to ask Francois to ask his question, and then I'll go to Susanne, who will read the questions that are on the chat.
Thanks, Roshan, and thanks to the presenters. A very simple question for Dalian, but maybe for other publishers in the room too, and that is about feedback loops. So we've heard that the research officers will get feedback from DHET on the outcomes of the subsidy decisions. What happens next? Do publishers get informed? Do the authors get informed? I mean, our experience is that we don't get informed, and so there's no feedback loop, and we can't improve our submissions if we don't know why they weren't successful or are more successful in the first place. One particular issue there is the submission of the peer reviews. I mean, in principle, we're against submitting the peer reviews because they're anonymous and we don't have permission from the reviewers to do so. But if that's becoming the norm, and that's what all the other publishers are doing, then maybe we need to seek permission from those peer reviewers to have those submitted along with the peer review reports. But we have no idea whether that's strengthening or weakening our case. Thank you.
Thanks, Francois.
Okay, I can answer in terms of the loop. At Stellenbosch, yes, we not only we provide the feedback to our individual researchers, and remember they receive incentive funding for their publications, so they see in any case, almost immediately, and they also monitor it. As soon as we receive feedback from the HET, we provide that feedback on our online system. And we also inform our coordinators within each department, as well as the heads of departments, that feedback had been captured on our system and that they can go and have a look on that. And we also provide information sessions as to what exactly is expected, if you wish to submit any publication for subsidy purposes. So I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, I can see Francois, he's shaking his head a little bit, because I guess, the individual academics might be getting, feedback, but publishers who might not be based within the institution are not getting feedback. So that would be useful, perhaps if that could be worked into the system. Can you read the questions, because it's not showing here?
Thank you, Chair. I would like to ask Darlene Peters, while she has the floor right now, I did see that she did indicate that she will answer this question, and that is, it would really help higher education institutions if the DHET were clear about what is needed for the information on peer review and have this communicated well in advance. It's not very helpful if higher education institutions only learn what is further required after submissions are made and the rejection of certain books, e.g. Wanting peer review reports and even names and affiliations of reviewers. So that relates to Francois' question some way or another, but I would also like to ask Mr. Mabizela perhaps also to consider this question for answering. And then the second question is then specifically for Barbara from Priya de Villiers, why are you against publishing with for-profit publishers? Surely even publishing with non-profit publishers is not free. So yes, there are other questions which I would rather ask when we have moved away from this particular topic as such. There was another question from Pierre about peer reviewers. I wonder if that has been answered privately maybe, because it's not appearing on my dashboard at all. Thank you.
Darlene, do you want to just respond to the question on the higher education institutions, providing, the detailed information on what's required, and then after you've answered, I'll go to Barbara.
Yes, I fully agree with that statement, that it's, we are always appreciative if we receive detailed feedback from the HET as to what exactly it is that they require from us, because, obviously we want to ensure successful submissions, and we don't want to have to appeal a publication if it was rejected based on a technical requirement that we weren't aware of. So yes, I fully support that notion. Just keep in mind that it could be that research offices differ in the way they provide the information filters back to the individual academics in terms of what is required as per DHET requirement. It could be that that some research offices don't provide that detailed feedback to the researchers. So I can't speak for everyone, obviously, but from our side, it helps us tremendously if we receive timelessly the exact requirements, and if that changes, if we receive that in time from DHET.
Thanks, Darlene.
Hi, I'll answer Pierre de Villiers' question, if I may. Is that okay? Yes?
Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks. You know, I'm not against it. I'm just not prepared to do it anymore. Because, well, I'm a feminist and I'm an anti-capitalist feminist. So I'm not particularly excited to be contributing to a capitalist enterprise in this way when I could be working on an edited collection, which will also be peer reviewed, but locally. It's not a global capitalist construct that I'm putting my labor and time into. So I'm working, so for example, I have an essay in the collection by Habiba Badiroun and Desiree Lewis, and I'm working with a community of other feminists, and that's where I want my work to be. I don't care for my work to be in research in African literatures anymore, but I also realize that this is a luxury that I'm able to have because I have reached a certain point in my career where it perhaps doesn't matter so much anymore. And of course, I would never ever advise a scholar starting out to not publish in those journals. I would advise them to seek all and every opportunity to be published in reputable, peer-reviewed, well-regarded journals and public and edited collections. So it's a personal decision which is informed by my personal values.
Thanks. Are there any other questions for them?
I think that's all pertaining to this session, but I think while Professor Boswell have sort of opened the floor for us to talk about intensification of local publishing, etc., and so on, there was a question much earlier in the previous session about private sector in scholarly publishing. Do we know what's that percentage of the role that they play? And I just want to have a look here. And are we aware of the size and the contribution of the private sector to scholarly publishing in South Africa? And what is the role of the private sector if we talk about book publishing, etc.? Because I think we have not actually opened up that theme in this conference as yet to actually discuss and to see what is that role, and if we decide what that role is, how would we attend to that? Thank you.
Yeah, this is just to take guilt from me, being the rep from the HET. In actual fact, in preparation for this conference, we started to look at that, Susan. It's not something that we've been breaking it down to how many from each of, for instance, university places, and then from the private sector as well, or commercial publishers. So hopefully, if we get good data, hopefully we will have it in our report, the next one. And by the way, this is the last week of the evaluations this week until 31st July, until Sunday. And then thereafter, we're working on this report. The feedback issue, that's the part that made me guilty. The feedback issue, of course, we take feedback to the institutions because, that's our responsibility. And not anyone else, even if it's individuals within the institutions. It just goes back to the institution. And then the institutions, as Daylin said, in the case of Stellenbosch University, then they also share that information with the publishers. What we have done now, for the first time really, is to give a spreadsheet even for all the publications, approved, not approved, the reason, stating the reason within that spreadsheet. And most of the time, it's the technical requirements that the institutions fall short on. And of course, we've got the panels of evaluators, and they also look at the scholarship of the content of the publication. As the DHET, we don't interfere with that information. We interfere on technical requirements. But on the scholarship, we don't get into that. We listen to what the panel says. We will not veto. Of course, the institutions can then appeal. And then again, we take it back to the panel. And the panel advises on what then their decision on whether they change the original decision on the scholarship or whatever existence of it in the publication. So it's there's that area that we depend on from the experts, and then there's the area where we come in, and that's the technical part of it. Whether then that makes its way to the publishers, I really don't know. And yeah, it should be fine actually if the institutions share that information with the publishers. Just one last thing. You see, what gets into us a lot from the publishers is when the publishers start to take the responsibility of what the institutions are supposed to be doing. And that is interacting with the DHET. We're not supposed to be necessarily, not because of anything, but we're not supposed to be interacting with the publishers directly because we are managing the subsidy to the institutions. And then if the publisher wants to interact with us, they should do so with the institution. And we have no problems sharing some information with the publishers on our side, just to improve the system, and not because we've got the obligation and responsibility to share with the publishers, especially now in the age of what you call a POPI Act. Not to use POPI Act as an excuse. But generally, that's how the loop is supposed to be going. Thanks.
Happy, Francois?
So Chief, just so I understand, so those spreadsheets will go to each institution, they're not publicly available, obviously, they're with the institution, so the publisher could then approach the institution and say, please could you share this spreadsheet? We know it exists, don't pretend that it doesn't, we know from up high. And then we can then assess from that basis and interact with the institution. I agree that's the channel that, okay, thank you.
Thanks so much. Anything else? I just have one question for Barbara, which is, so if in your case, the kind of commercial imperative is not a deciding factor, but so selling loads of copies of books and earning high royalties is not your motivation to choose, a scholarly press over a commercial press. But then for you, how are you measuring or assessing the impact of your research to others in your field or beyond? So what is that measure or that yardstick for you? What does that look like?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I think, to me, one yardstick, I think, the press, I regard the university presses. There are certain ones that I regard, and I think that are generally regarded as the best ones and the top ones and the most rigorous ones in South Africa. I think one also then, this is very difficult, and that's why I said I wouldn't advise this to someone who is starting out, because we know that impact factors and citation numbers and so on, these are very important for advancing one's career if you are wanting to advance through the academy. For me, I think, again, I would measure the impacts of my work through networks, and there are other measures like feedback from people who use my work, people who cite it, the ways in which it's traveled. For example, I've just been invited with the latest book on Loretta Nobo to be part of a feminist open book day at the Norval Institute, and currently there's an exhibition called When Rain Clouds Gather, which surveys the artistic output of Black South African women artists, visual artists, for the past 40 years. And for me to have my book or my contribution to scholarship invited to be part of a festival that celebrates that is an incredible metric for me, again, personally. A promotions committee, I'm not sure how that will read with them or how that will land with them, but there are alternative ways of assessing and having people write to you and writing to you about the impact your work has had or your book has had. I mean, this happens to writers. We do have people engaging with us in this way. Again, if your primary goal is advancement through a system, these may not be the metrics that you want to cultivate in your scholarly life. So it all depends on what your own values and what your own goals are for where you want your work to go and the kinds of work you want your work to do in the world.
Thank you so much. I think I will end our session here and we will move on to the open access session now. But just a very warm thank you to our speakers, Barbara and Darlene. That was very informative, and to everybody for your questions and participating. Thank you.
I'm going to take you in a different direction. So I don't think we need that bench because after me it's Vickers. So let's start. I've noticed, let me first introduce myself. My name is Hetta Pieterse. I'm from UNISA Press. I'm the commissioning editor. Happy to see you all here, and I've noticed we've got 103 participants online. What I'll do is I will first introduce Francis Pinter, and then I think I must introduce both speakers. Afterwards, take my laptop back to Susan so she can field for us the questions coming in. So we've had some interesting discussions. Just to link up with two previous speakers, Prof. Bawa has indicated for us that perhaps we should reconsider. We shouldn't take an existing, press. Maybe one should just freshly consider open access publishing. And this is where we're very lucky that the two presses available on the stage for us are quite newcomers. And yet, they're really showing us a thing or two. And then Prof. Barbara Boswell said, publishing is extremely political. So possibly when it comes to funding, this is where politics and economics do meet. So let's start then to say that Francis Pinter is the founder and executive director of Knowledge Unlatched, a not-for-profit company creating a global library consortium which enabled sustainable open access academic book publishing. She was also the CEO of Manchester University Press, and even early on in her career, she took a specific interest in developing sustainable business models for open access monographs. So previously, she was a publishing director at the Open Society Foundation, where she established EIFL, a leading library consortium, and the Center for Publishing Development, working in all post-communist countries. Earlier, she also founded Pinter Publishers, that also owned Leicester University Press and launched the environmental studies imprint Belhaven Press. She did a PhD in international relations at University College London and a BA in political science again. Didn't I tell you that politics and economics do mix? She also studied at the London School of Economics. And then in February 2015, she was awarded an honorary doctorate of letters by Curtin University, exactly for her leadership in open access publishing. She currently is an associate member of Curtin University's Center for Culture and Technology under its new Models of Publishing Research program. So, Francis, let me first speak briefly about the other two, just to keep you in the room before you go off to lunch. And then this is how we'll do it. So let me quickly say something about African Minds. Over here we have Dr. Francois van Skalkwijk, the founder of African Minds, which is also a non-profit, not-for-profit, open access publisher based in Cape Town, South Africa. It publishes predominantly in the social sciences, and the authors are African academics and thinkers, as well as international academics with a close affinity with the continent. I think this is where he links up with Prof. Boswell's perception of, how political this business is of ours. Then this whole thinking of the broadest possible dissemination of a list rather than the focus on sales or profitability. African Minds is exactly doing that sort of thing, to say that its trustees were also elected based on their abiding belief in the values of the organization, particularly open access to knowledge about and from the continent. And their staff base is absolutely streamlined. I think that's an understatement, Francois, as is the editorial board. And I think from a large press, I'm very envious of that agility that your press definitely has. So African Minds, therefore, is not a traditional commercial publisher. What I may add is that we did, for this panel, also invite a commercial publisher who declined to participate. So enough said. Their emphasis is less then, African Minds, their emphasis is less on the commercial viability of publications than on fostering access, openness, and debate in the pursuit of growing and deepening of African knowledge base. See again the politics coming in. I noted when I did my homework for this, I noted that African Minds since last year became part of the Scholar-led, a consortium, a Scholar-led not-for-profit open access book publishers that was formed in 2018. And I think you were part of an online conference also recently. I listened to that. Very interesting bunch of people. I think a couple of rebels in there. Mattering Press, Meson Press, Open Book Publishers, Punctum Books, not punk, but almost maybe, I don't know, African Minds, and mediastudies.press. And their website says, collectively we are seeking to develop powerful, practical ways for small-scale, scholar-led open access presses to grow and flourish in a publishing landscape that is changing rapidly. So I'm sure Francois can fill us in a little bit about that. And then last but not least, possibly the youngest publisher in the room, but really casting others in the shade. So I wouldn't say I'm envious, but I'm in admiration of what you guys have done so far. UJ Press was established in October 2020 under the auspices of the UJ Library. The press started publishing open access journals on the Open Journal system. And in October 2021, it started with Open Monograph Press. I can't believe you did so much. Although he's saying he's still busy at it, we should watch this space. So UJ Press titles are available from 13 platforms and distributors, which is this ensures an excellent reach. And even as a new press, UJ Press purchased some 98 scholarly backlist titles. So you would think it's a new press, so there's no backlist, but luckily he's got the strategy sorted out. So they sell and distribute, and they ensure that there's good reach, impact, and citation of these titles by ensuring that there's rich metadata, there's good chapter-level information especially. That's quite a new movement, I think, for the books. ORCID and DOIs are available in Onyx 3.0 format and to a range of channels. That's vital. I think he said a select number of titles were also made available in open access format. You better speak about that, please. And then at the moment, because they're still developing, he says he's going to tell us a bit about the memberships that they're busy setting up. I see also that they make the sale of their print copies available via Amazon, Ingram, Lightning Source, and they're in the process of also making it print on demand, enabling full print fulfillment, because of course with books, many people still prefer the print copies and through Takealot. And I'd like to say that this is a distinguishing feature of the press, apart from everything else that they got to get done in a very short space of time. And then of course the open access journals, the PDFs are directly accessible. So I am now returning to Frances Pinter, and the title of her talk, which you can almost see on the screen there, is Open Access Monograph Publishing, Where's the Money and What Are the New Models?
Thank you very much. And I am now, you see me trying to get my slides up. I'm now doing it for real. So bear with me. Can you see that now? I hope you can see that and hear me. I've been in the world of open access publishing for an awfully long time. And it's a real delight to be here with you today, because I like to think about this in terms of where is the money, and then what are the new models, and how we can employ the money that there is to make monographs open access. So I start with who pays for closed monographs now. Well, we know it's to institutional libraries, primarily in the North. We know that research funders have sometimes subsidized closed monographs in the print format, in the old print format, sometimes universities too, and we know that very few individuals buy monographs. But now in the open access world, who is paying for monographs? Well, the cavalcade is being led by research funders who are mandating that the research that they fund goes open access. There are also pots of money in institutions, either centrally or at the department level, and this is pretty ad hoc and difficult to access. And then there are library budgets, of which I'll talk a bit some more further on. Some of the funders that have been leading the way in mandating open access are these, and there are many others. And some of the main ones came together under something called Plan S, which I suspect you're all familiar with. These are 17 national funders in the North, primarily in Europe, 5 charitable and international funders, and the EU and European Research Council. This represents an awful lot of research money, and therefore an awful lot of publications that are going open access. But I suspect you're familiar with all this through the APC route, but now the BPC route is coming into play as these organizations are mandating that books too go open access. And they don't always have the money or provide the money to go open access. So we need business models that aren't just dependent on these funders, and we need books that funding for books that aren't coming just out of funded research projects, especially in the humanities and social sciences. So we're looking for business models. And basically, there are two types, the book processing charge model and the non-book processing charge model. And here are a couple of examples. Tome is a model that has been experimented with in the United States, where there's a collective of universities where at the senior level, funding is offered to early career scholars within the participating universities. Another approach has been Lever Press, and this is where a number of liberal arts colleges have come together to form a new press to publish open access, and it's the universities that provide the funding. And then the poster child for a single university press that is completely open access, born digital, born open, is the well-known UCL Press. But this is primarily for authors coming from University College London. And of course, it works with a big institution with a big budget. And then there are the numerous scholar-led presses, which are much smaller, but do depend on the funding coming from their institutions. Now, I have, at the very end of the slide, put the links to all the acronyms and presses that I'm talking about. But to carry on with the business models that are based on BPC, some of the newer ones are Cambridge University Press, their flip to open model. This is where they're piloting now 25 books where they say once they reach the threshold for each title, they reach a threshold that covers their publishing costs, they will make the book open. So obviously they're relying on sufficient sales to institutions and then to go to open access. Springer is trying a model that is similar to the journal transformative deals, which I suspect everybody is familiar with. But the only way to do this is for a big publisher to work with a very big collective of libraries. So the pilot is with the California Digital Library, representing 10 large universities, and it's a read and publish type deal. We'll see where that goes. I mentioned Knowledge Unlatched because it's effectively a marketplace for various initiatives that are both BPC and non-BPC based. Now, the newest model on the block, or set of models, are attempts to get around the BPC model, which is so restrictive to those authors that have the money to pay for a BPC from whatever source they might find it, to something that is less discriminatory. And the MIT have set up a program called Direct to Open. And this model is, it's an interesting one. It's been supported initially by the Arcadia Foundation. And here, basically, it's a kind of subscribe to open model. So libraries will subscribe to MIT and this particular program in exchange for access to the backlist. And the money that is collected in this way will go directly to funding the front list publication costs to go open access. And MIT have just announced that they have reached the threshold that they were aiming at to make all of their 2022 publications open access. Michigan has a similar model called Fund to Mission, but it's slightly different where the thresholds are. It's slightly different because it has a lot of funding from its institution backing this model. CU Press, the one that I'm associated with at the moment, and Liverpool University Press are trialing a model called Opening the Future, which is supported by the COPEN project, which is UKRI and Arcadia funded to kickstart the model. It does have a sustainability aspect to it, which we're hoping to reach. And now I'm going to go into a bit more detail on the Opening the Future model, just because I know it very well, because I'm working with it, and I think it has some really good potential for smaller publishers, like the one I work for. So the idea behind this model is that the library subscribes to a backlist package of non-OA books. So it's backlist that's closed, and library gets a subscription to a package at a discounted price. And then these books are available to the members. These books also continue to be sold elsewhere at the normal price. Publishers then use the subscription funding to make new books open access. And as we grow in membership, we can make more and more books open access. So the specific features of this, as applied to the CU Press, which is trying to make 25 monographs open access a year, follows. The initial subscription to the backlist is a commitment for 3 years. So libraries are asked to subscribe for 3 years. After 3 years, the libraries own the backlist package in perpetuity. In our case, we offer a choice of 4 packages with 50 books in each of them. Remember, these numbers are simply pertaining to the CU Press. Liverpool has slightly different numbers as it is applying the model to at a series level and not at a full monograph output level. Libraries can also support the OA front list without actually subscribing. And the tiered pricing is between 500 euros and 1,200 euros per annum. The backlist is hosted by Muse, and they provide all the relevant metadata. The sales and invoicing is managed through Lyrasis, JISC, and Knowledge Unlatched, depending on which part of the world the library is located in. And as I said, we're aiming to raise sufficient funding for 25 frontlist titles per annum. We're 1 year into the marketing and selling of this, and we're nearly halfway there in raising the money. So we've already been able to make books open access because it's books go open access as soon as we have sufficient funding. Now, the benefits of a non-BPC model is that it doesn't discriminate against authors without BPC funding. And this is hugely important for university presses and mission-driven presses, which is what I would call the smaller commercial presses that don't make a profit, but are really trying to make a difference with their publications and their publishing offerings. And a non-BPC model also provides certainty of cash flow to publishers, which is hugely beneficial, as we all know. And it draws from funding that's already there in the library budgets. So what we're trying to do is redirect the budgets that libraries have and apply them to paying for going open access instead of buying books for their closed collections. And in doing so, and I don't have time to go through this now, we can actually demonstrate that there are cost savings even there in the distribution of the content, it's actually cheaper to give it away than it is to try and sell one by one each individual copy or digital file. Another advantage is that it concentrates on it uncouples from the concept of paying per title. But it does require a commitment to a press or a group of presses and a bit of confidence that the quality of the output will be sufficient and acceptable. So here's the conclusion that I draw from nearly 20 years of working in the open access space. We probably need globally BPC models and non-BPC models to work together in tandem. There are pilot projects that are work in progress. A few are in stage 2, and we need to engage with all of these projects, see which elements of them work, which don't work, and try and make it attractive to all of the stakeholders. OA does have the potential to save on costs, but must be made attractive to those who pay. And the kinds of models I've been talking about, the non-BPC models, rely to a large extent on libraries. And so my final question is, would a South African or even a Pan-African collective of publishers working together be able to benefit from a kind of opening the future non-BPC model that I've outlined here? That's not for me to answer. It's, I hope, something that you'll consider. And if you do it even better than the people before you. So thank you very much. And I look forward to questions and discussion. And here are the links. Thank you.
Thank you, Francis. Let's introduce Vickers. Are you going to sit down? Are you coming over this way, the tall man?
Heta, thank you very much for the introduction. I appreciate it. And to the physical and our virtual audience, thank you so much for joining this session. I look forward to sharing a bit about UJ Press with you. As Heta mentioned, we're the youngest press in South Africa. And in a short time, we really accomplished a lot. So if African Minds is streamlined, we are aerodynamic. I hit the ground running, so I joined in October 2021. And fortunately, we could start with a few journals. We had 10 journals on our open journal system, all open access journals. And since we've added 5 new journals on our platform, and we're very excited to see these journals grow and to get them onto more platforms, to have them accessible, and to be able to measure the impact of these journals. So we're very proud to have these international journals flying and gaining in popularity as well. So our journals, some of them are published in gold open access and some of them diamond open access. So some charge APCs and some don't. And that's the same with our book publishing program. Some of our books are published in diamond open access and some in gold open access. And we plan to publish all of our scholarly publishing outputs as open access publications. As Heta also mentioned, we make sure that our books are on all of the scholarly platforms, making sure that the accessibility to it is optimal and that it has international impact. And regarding our print-on-demand capabilities, we make sure that the books are available in print and electronic format so that people can access it in the format that they'd want to read it. Another innovation that we're working on is XML format, where automatic translations are made available to people that can then access the title in any language that they want. It also opens it up to data mining, opening up new research possibilities for that content. So, and I also have to stress the importance of institutional support. I'm very thankful and fortunate that UJ really supports the press and is a champion for the press. So we got a lot of support from them, and I'm so glad Dr. Leruli is here as well from the research office. And it does show that UJ supports our researchers and also the press. And being in the library is also a very good advantage because we're in direct contact with the researchers at the inception of their research projects. Our library is also key in supporting researchers, paying APCs, and supporting them in the whole research process in terms of training, workshops, and equipping them to give 100% wonderful research outputs. So you might also be aware of UJ's push towards 4IR, and they're also implementing it in the press. So we're working on 3D elements, virtual reality elements, and making sure that all of our content can be data mined. We're also implementing blockchain into our peer review processes and copyright issuing. And we're very excited to see where the press is going. Thank you very much.
Thanks a lot, Vickers. I'm sure there might be some more questions afterwards. And now it's the turn of Francois van Schalkwyk, African Minds.
Thank you, Hetta, and is it afternoon already? Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm new to glasses, so my glasses are going to be moving up and down as I look at my notes and as I look up. It's all quite confusing to me. And I don't know if you noticed, but all of us on stage are left-handed. So this is the rise of the left, as you can see, happening right in front of you. I don't know what you take away from that in terms of publishing, but I don't know what Francis, are you left-handed? Can she hear us? We'll have to find out. Okay, so
I can hear you, and I'm ambidextrous.
Okay, it's good enough. That's good enough. Great. So I haven't prepared anything. I thought it's always nice to go last because you can respond to everyone else. But there's one general point that I wanted to make, and then I'm going to talk a little bit more about African Minds. The point that I wanted to make is that we've been talking a lot about models. There's a lot of talk about business models. And we have to remind ourselves that models try and achieve something. And we have to try and think about what is it that we're trying to achieve. So models are the solution to the problem we're trying to solve. But sometimes I think we lose sight of what the problem is. And so commercial models are not necessarily inherently bad models. Or open access models aren't necessarily good models. I mean, we've seen with open access, large commercial publishers taking over open access. There's a lot of concern about the future of open access because of that. So it's a question of what we're trying to achieve and how we design the models to achieve that. And I think most of us that are presenting here are working in the same direction, but we often don't stop to think and ask ourselves what it is that we're trying to do. So what I'm going to do is tell one or two short stories, and I only thought about one today when I saw Vickers again. So see if they kind of give you a sense of some of the values that we're trying to adhere to as African Minds. And then I will talk about the model because that's what Hetta told me I must talk about. So first story was, I think it was about 5 or 6 years ago, where there was a book launch, several book launches that were being co-hosted at Lanzerac in Stellenbosch. And for those of you that have worked as publishers, you know this, you always have to arrive earlier to the book launch. You have to make sure you remember to pack the tablecloth, and do you even have a table? There are lots of boxes of books that you've got to carry, and did you bring the trolley? And so it's a lot of work that goes on. So at this particular launch was myself from African Minds, and Vickers was there from Sun Media. And I think he had some colleagues with him. And we all set up. And there was a lot of work and a lot of effort, and then everyone, during drinks and things came around and took a look at the books, and Vickers had his credit card machine, and he was hoping to scan as many, sell as many books as he could. And I was just handing books out. I was saying, you want a book? How much? No, you can have a book. It's fine. It's been paid for. What? No, this can't be right. No, you take a book. By the end of the evening, my table was empty. And poor old Vickers had to pack up books, get the trolley, fold up the tablecloth, and lug the books back. That's a value. We wanted books in people's hands at that event. It was a key meeting of important scholars in a particular area. Those books had been paid for already. We didn't have to sell them. We could have. We could have double dipped, I think is the expression. But we just handed out the books because it was important that the people that left there had a copy of the book. Whether they read it or not, of course, we don't know. But at least they left with a copy. So that's one story. The second story is I've been advocating for a long time to try and co-publish in an open access world. Not to a lot of people that doesn't make sense, because in the old model, you carve up territories and each one sells in their territory and you make your money in your territory and you respect each other's rights. Open access doesn't make sense because it's networked. Everything's available to anyone, anywhere. So why would you co-publish? My argument was, well, because we all have access to different networks. So I have my mailing list and my contacts and my authors, and so I can reach them. But if you publish with me, you can reach other people. And so we broaden the access of that title. And so it does make sense, to my mind at least, to co-publish. So the first time I tried this was with a big German publisher, and it didn't work. I had a very good relationship with the commissioning editor. It was a book, happened to be on classics. We got along very well, everything made sense. The author even raised 30,000 euros in funding for this book, which is no small amount in open access. But as soon as it went to sales, marketing, and legal, things went sour very quickly. We still published the book, but of course 30,000 euros went to the German publisher. We got nothing, and then we were asked how many books would we like to buy, as though we are a market. So we were treated as a market, not as a partner in that deal. And it just showed a clash of values. We weren't really on the same page. Maybe at the copy editor, not the copy editor, the commissioning editor and I were on the same page, but after that, it was big machine, little player down in Africa. So after that, I've been looking around and talking to people, and we've been, Heta mentioned this, we've joined this organization called Scholar-Led, all small publishers, all scholar-led. We all work at universities. We're all familiar with the scholarly environment. We share scholarly values. If you know about Merton's norms, those 4 norms guide a lot of what we do, whether it's in publishing or whether it's in our academic pursuits. None of us want to be big. We don't want to scale. When people say to us, how are you going to scale? We don't want to. We want to remain small and work together. That's our ambition. So it's a different approach to achieving maybe the same end. One thing that's been quite interesting joining this group is we do charge book processing fees, or BPCs. Not to all publishers, but to some. So we're kind of a hybrid model, very similar to what Vickers described at UJ. But most of the scholar-led don't charge BPCs. They have different ways of raising income. And I mean, as Francis said, you need to make money somehow to fund the operations. It can't be completely for free. So we've been feeling a little bit on the outside. So I'll just park that for now. Then at a OASPA seminar, OASPA is the Open Access Scholarly Publishers Association. I think that's the seminar that you joined, Heta. I also presented, and a lot of other open access publishers presented, which is fitting given that it was OASPA. But a lot of the commercial publishers started saying, hey, but we're feeling like we demons, we're evil. And the point was they're not all of them, some of them are, but so are some open access publishers. It's not about whether you're open access or not open access. It's again about those values and the way that you run your publishing business that matters. So, back to the model. African Minds is fully open access, there are no exceptions, all CC BY. 1 or 2 exceptions where when we do co-publish with commercial publishers, they might insist on a NC, which means non-commercial license, and we will entertain that, but it's not ideal for us. As I said, it's hybrid in the sense that some books are funded by the publisher itself, so there's a cross-subsidization that happens, and there was talk about textbooks this morning, which is very interesting to me because that creates that possibility for cross-subsidization. But sometimes it's cross-subsidization from wealthy Norwegian universities that have very generous budgets, and they're supportive of the fact that we might use some of that money for other publications. So it's a hybrid model in that sense. It's print and open access because, as the point was made earlier, people still want books. Academics want books on their shelves. They want to see a spine. Some of them are on a just-in-time system, so they sit at overseas printers, and as orders are generated, a copy is printed. Locally, that's a little bit more difficult. I want to ask Vickers about the espresso machine and whether it's still alive. Here we do what I call micro printing, so 20, 30 copies. The books never go out of print, but we have small stock holdings. But what's also important is that it's so context dependent. And I mean, no criticism what Frances has presented, but when she presented the 3 benefits of non-BPCs, I would say all of those apply to us too as BPCs, but that's because of our context. It's because of DHET and the subsidy scheme that we can do this. It's not that we rely on institutions for money or from funders necessarily, but from the academics themselves who have research funds. They have research accounts that they can draw on to publish. So that's very much unique to our context. It's not something that works in the UK necessarily or in the US. Then their context is different. So a lot of the scholar-led publishers that we work with rely on libraries for sales. We couldn't survive on library sales in South Africa. It would be impossible, but they can. So I think it is a horses for courses approach that one has to take. There's no universal model. You need to understand the local dynamics. But at the same time, and Heta also asked me to speak about this, it's not getting lost in the local. You can network and team up with publishers overseas to increase the exposure of your titles. And there is an appetite for that. I mean, I've seen that. Publishers overseas seem far more likely or willing to talk to us in the last 3 or 4 years than they were previously. I struggled to get people to engage with us. Now they're approaching us. They want to talk to us. They're interested in content from Africa. So there's an opportunity there. It's to be more global, even though the focus in terms of content might be more local. So, in conclusion, it's really that I want to advocate for a more values-driven approach, regardless of whether you're commercial or non-commercial, open access or non-open access. And that also means a closer relationship with the academy, between the publishers and the academy. And that's ultimately where it all started. Now, I'm still looking for that book, and I wish I had time and money to do this research, but how in the 1800s this relationship developed between publishers and the academies. The academies were doing all the work, and at some point they couldn't anymore. The volumes grew too big as science became more public. And they started to trust publishers. Trust, and that's what it was built on. Nature didn't make a profit for, I think, until the early 1900s. It was making losses, but it worked on a trust basis. And it's rekindling or rebuilding that trust between publishers and scholars that I think is really important, regardless of the model that you make work in your own particular context. I'm going to leave it there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I see our time is running short. I'm sure you're all hungry. I'm going to ask Susanne if there are any questions. And then we can do the panel.
Thank you, Chair. So there's a very interesting remark from Sandy Shepherd, which we all know. So there you go. Another one to your board of left-handees. But she's asking a very interesting question, which I think we have not thought about and did not touch upon in setting up this meeting today. She's saying, in the open access model, gold or diamond, what is the role of a copyright collections agency like Delro? Or does this mean no copyright protection? So that's the question. Thank you.
Okay, I want to resist the... Oh, there's another question from the floor. Thank you. We'll hold on to that question. And let me ask, Roshan, your question.
Okay, thank you. Thanks everyone for your very interesting presentation. It's really nice to just learn more about what your presses are doing. I did want to ask Francois something about the co-publications on open access. I find that, just a very interesting model. So, I mean, it's very technical and nitty-gritty questions. I mean, are they asking you to pay, like, file fees and royalty advances, and is it the same with the bigger, commercial open access publisher, and the same with the scholar-led one? And then, in the local context, how do you develop your marketing and dissemination strategy? And then are you also printing print copies for the free distribution? Thanks.
Any more questions? There's Andrew.
Thank you, Heta, and thank you to the panelists. I just wanted to, the last comment of Francois was really, really good. Thank you. Just about tying together the academy and its activities and the work of publishers. And if you had any ideas, or the panel really have any ideas about how that could be done practically, and how we can feed that information back. I mean, the question that you asked earlier about the list of accredited journals, for instance, or the list of accredited titles, I mean, that sort of information, I think, is valuable to flow back and forth between. We guarantee that it's peer-reviewed, and then we know whether that's been successful or not. And I think this also relates to usage and to the bibliometrics that develop from this. So perhaps that's a practical conversation that we could be having with the Academy, DHET mediated or USAF, to say that this is the value of it. Yeah, something for us to think about.
Just one comment to add before we begin the panel discussion. I'd love to just mention Pretoria University Law Press, of course. You know, in terms of mission-driven publishers, when you spoke about handing out books, Francois, of course, this is what they do. They're very strict on not making any profit. They have an impressive list, and their model is also, but very purist, if we can put it this way. Okay, so let's see how we can get Francis in first. And I'd like to give, Francis, I'd like to give you an opportunity to expand a bit on, you were making a certain suggestion around a model that could work in South Africa. Do you want to say a little bit more? And the other panelists, they haven't really had a chance to comment on that. I wonder how we'll do with a microphone over here. But let's first ask Francis to comment.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Thanks. Yes, excellent.
Okay. Well, the way I would see it, the first step is to find the university presses or mission-driven presses that would be interested in doing this, and to contact the COPIM group, which is this Arcadia project that supports these smaller presses that are going open access, and also talk to the CU Press and Liverpool University Press and see how they've built this model and what the obstacles have been, what's been easy. It's been basically relying on how well you describe the model and promote the model to the libraries. It's not a difficult model, although it has taken some time to get people to understand that it's a different model, which is, well, that's always been the case with new models. But it's something that I think could bring the money that's in the northern library budgets into the African publishing community to pay for these books that they really want and find it quite difficult to actually access and obtain in their closed forms as you sell those books globally right now. If I may, I also want to comment on Francois' co-publication idea. I think this is a wonderful idea. I want to explore with you how to do it. I think you've just, you've had an unpleasant experience with a German publisher, but I can see this working because my university press is looking to expand its remit from just publishing books on issues around Central and Eastern Europe and the former communist countries to dealing with the problems of transition, of democratization, of all the things that you've got an enormous amount of experience with. And so, talk to me. and we'll see if we can make this work.
Excellent. Thanks. Thanks, Thanks, Francis. We're getting ready to answer that question, just sorting out.
So, I think I'm going to start with Roshan's question, if that's okay, because it's really practical and I can kind of illustrate using an example. And it responds a little bit also to your comment, Francis. We did have a bad experience, but we're currently having a good experience. So, I'm hoping that sets a trajectory, and I'll certainly be in touch with you to see how we can explore that. So, I'm going to give you a practical example. It happens to be with Liverpool University Press. They approached us about the possibility of working together. Again, it was in classics, an area that we haven't really worked, but I was always keen to move more into the arts and that side of things. So it was an opportunity because Liverpool has something called the Liverpool List, which is very strong in classics, so I thought this is a good way to get exposure. The way it works is that they will print for the EU and US, the world markets. We will print locally. We have the funding from Stanford University, as it happens, and so we will produce here, and they comment on the production process. So, we design covers, we share it, we discuss it, text design, because it has to fit in with their series too. We're fairly flexible. We're not that strict about, it must look good, but it doesn't have to look like 10 other books. So it's really been really straightforward. No complications. There's a contract in place, but it didn't take long to draft because it's fairly clear who's doing what. But also I think it helps that we're flexible. I think that's a comment that Vic has made. Some publishers might say, no, we can't give away the print rights for those territories. We want to. I don't care who prints it. As long as it gets printed and people can get the book, then we've achieved our mission. And let's not kid ourselves. We're not going to make thousands and thousands of dollars on print sales in the US and the UK. It's not about the money. It's about getting the book to the right people. So that's the model. Does that kind of make sense? And it's obviously open access. They can put it wherever they want. We can put it wherever we want. Non-exclusive. So there's a joint open access part, and then the print is still kind of divided on sort of old lines, if you want to put it that way. Then just to respond to Francis's comment about the various models with libraries, I would like just to add to this, also from the Copen project, there's something called the Open Books Collective. It's purely for open access publishers. And this shows you how counterintuitive things can be. So the idea here is that open access publishers will put all their open access titles on a platform, and libraries will pay for collections on that platform. Now you'd think, well, why? They can just go and download all the books for free. Well, they can. But they're still prepared to support open access in principle rather than in terms of the access to the content. So actually what they're doing is supporting the publishers in an indirect way, using the budgets that are available to them. And we already joined up with that project. It hasn't been launched yet, but it hopefully later this year. And I want to add that what's important for us there, and it links to something that Francis said, is that if it works, and of course we don't know, it's an experiment to some extent. If it works, it can generate money for African minds through libraries that will allow us then not to charge all the authors. So we can, in theory, start to transition away from BPCs towards a fully diamond model. But it depends on the success of the model, as it were. And the one issue is there are quite a few of these models out there, and you kind of have to decide which one to go for and which one to try, and that can be a little bit overwhelming. I know Kian wants to say something about copyright. Our stance is very simple. It doesn't matter. We just carry on. So Kian's got a very different view.
I think we're almost touching on the question that came from Sandy.
Sandy's question.
And
say something,
Vickers can complete, and as far as I know, one uses a set of one of the Creative Commons licenses. And let me ask Vickers if you want to also comment on that, and maybe on Francis' suggestion for a model.
Yeah, like Francois said, it's very much a hybrid model. So there is flexibility within the model. And with open access, you have to be open, literally. And one other thing, you asked about the book espresso machine. So UJ Press was almost the owner of an espresso book machine, because there was an espresso book machine standing in the library, in UJ Library, for years, underutilized. And I really considered it, but then eventually I decided I'm a publisher and not a printer. So I'm using another print supplier to do printing for me, and they print one copy. They supply to Take a Lot. It's on the same basis as Ingram Lightning Source is working. They will also be working with Amazon once Amazon comes in. So, yeah. Kian, over to you.
Okay, I think all these models are really interesting, and I think that they are the way that the publishing is going to go. So to come back to the question from Sandy, not all authors are employed. Many authors actually try to earn a living through writing. And so, you said I'm on the opposite side. To some extent, possibly. I think academics are very privileged in that they get salaries. In South Africa, they're more privileged because they get, for accredited publications, DHET sponsorship, which comes from the taxpayer, which they don't seem to understand. If they did realize it came from the taxpayer, they might spend the money more effectively on building capacity within their research institutions. But collecting agencies like Delro still service the legacy publishers where materials are protected by copyright and where they may be behind paywalls. But of course the accusation is that these are too expensive, but they're not necessarily for universities, because universities buy bouquets of subscriptions to journals, and that means that the cost is brought down dramatically. And for work that is still copyrighted and that is still part of the legacy publisher, Delro licenses course packs for university use, which brings down the cost of course pack to 150 Rand per course where those are used, rather than having to pay 1,000 Rand for a book in which you might read one chapter. So it's a kind of economy of scale that works for students and lecturers in universities, which has been forgotten in the attack on the big five publishers. These are other issues that need to be resolved in other points of view, in other sectors. So basically, open access items, such as being discussed from the floor here, may well be free to read, but not all publishers are going to let them be free for downloading or for reproduction to classes or for other purposes. So permissions might still be required. Royalties may still flow to publishers and the authors through the collecting agencies, even in the open access operation. So there are different models, different pricing systems, and I found a book that I had edited from Critical Arts back issues was published just a couple of days ago, and I went into the internet and I found that I can read parts of the book, but I can't read the whole book. So if I want to read the whole book, then I have to, as a reader, not myself, I would have to pay some royalties to get that, to download the chapters that are blank pages. But certainly the introduction is there. So if you want, different models, and we must realize that if we don't find publishers don't find ways of sustaining themselves financially, they go out of business, and then we go out of business. Academics go out of business. So it's all very well screaming and yelling about the big publishers and the profits that they make. Do we also complain about Microsoft and the software companies and the licenses that we have to pay and the fact we have to upgrade our computers every 2 years? That's where the prices, that's where the costs are in university budgets. Okay, the big publishers are not, why is it that authors have to make everything free, but, the ink suppliers, the paper suppliers, the photostat suppliers, the printing suppliers, the software suppliers are not questioned about how they price their products for universities. So let's start, if we're going to be critical of one sector, let's be critical of them all and get governments to negotiate, across the board with these big companies, big tech especially, to come up with something that works for everybody. So I think that the multiple questions, it's very complicated. This is not a lawyer's perspective. I found that working with copyright lawyers has been a fascinating experience, and I don't understand a word of what they write. But I'm learning, and we all need to learn, because we've all got to cope in this IP led world that is the fourth industrial revolution. You know, we think about it as technology, but in fact it's content. And so if we're going to give away our content to the big tech companies without any licensing protections, like, you know, we're going to give content to Google, but we're going to object to Taylor and Francis, we need to think about, you know, the consequences of the fishing industry, which is big tech, and the protection industry, in both senses of the term, which is the big publishers. The small publishers in South Africa operating under very different circumstances. And the problem is that the anti-copyright, the pro-copyright bill lobby don't make a distinction between the massive big international companies, including big tech, like Google, and the small publishers in South Africa, largely locally owned, trying to survive in an environment which is running away from them, and which their university administrations, with the exception of the University of Johannesburg and maybe one or two else, are not actually getting to grips with. So the complexities are tremendous, and I think what is of value in this forum is that we do have youngsters and young presses represented on the stage, plus, of course, the granddaddy of them all, to help us negotiate these new contexts which are moving at such speed that we're not, that our budgeting categories are not actually catching up with them as yet. So I think that's, you know, this is one of the objectives of the forum, is to do exactly what Professor Bawa asked this morning, was to have a national response to local situations which may differ university by university. And copyright shouldn't be lost in that discussion.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we should wrap up in terms of time. What I'll ask is that each one of you have a closing statement. Francis, you've heard the complexities around also the author's right to earn an income from their work, you know, the copyright. It's not the same on your side, but can I ask you for a closing statement, and then the other two? Because
well, yeah, I'm not as, obviously, I come to this unfamiliar with the details of the environment that you're operating in, although I've been following some of the debates over the years, and I see the opportunities, which are great. I also acknowledge the complexities, which are different to the north, but as on the copyright issues, I agree that one needs to look at different copyright solutions to different types of books, and the particular type of books that I've been talking about are monographs. Of course, the boundaries aren't all that clear. They're somewhat porous, because monographs can move over to being crossover books if enough readers actually find that they're interested in it. But it's just great to hear this thinking, and I'm taking away some ideas as well that I would love to see applied in the part of the world that I work in. Thank you.
thanks, Vickers. Please. Francois, go for it.
So in the interests of openness and extreme generosity, Andrew, please go ahead.
Thank you, Francois. Just very quick, I appreciate that very much. Thank you. Just a quick, I wanted to follow up on what Kian said on this, and I kind of implied it in my comment, but I was obviously much too polite about it. So just to say that I think even working with things like Creative Commons licenses and things like that are premised on there being a copyright regime in place. And I think we do have to care about it, and I think there are obvious threats, some of which Kian has raised. But for us as publishers, and I think for the academy as well, removing, simply producing a work and making it publicly available, it doesn't end there. Not for the academy, not for the publisher. And in order to maintain that kind of control or the use of it and the measurement of it, if it is going to have a value that goes beyond simply producing an object, these things need to be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. My last word is just that each press has different commercial, institutional, and ideological considerations that they have to take into consideration in their whole process. But in the end, they have to ensure that they do what's best for the publication as well as for the research to make sure that it's available, accessible, and that it has impact.
Okay, I think we leave you with that food for thought. I think we've opened many aspects that we haven't finally solved, but this is part of the complexity of the debate. Thank you so much for your time, everyone. I was told to say that lunch is in the amber room because it's too chilly outside. So hope you can join us, and those at home, sorry about that. You better be here next time.
Recording stopped.
For the